Morning, if you would please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Was some kind of breakdancing going on over there? With that, I open the public hearing on House Bill 1039 and invite the sponsor to introduce the bill. Oh, it's one of ours. Hi.
Morning, folks. For the record, I'm Amanda Bolden, I'm state rep from Manchester, Ward 5, Hillsborough District 25. I'll keep it brief. We have some stakeholders here today to speak to this legislation. This bill allows the judge to assign an alternative sentence when they see fit. An alternative sentence could include drug treatment, job training, job placement, financial literacy classes, and so forth. Stakeholders work together on this legislation to ensure it only covers a limited list of crimes which are nonviolent. Per the legislation, certain crimes are exceptions, and a judge is not allowed to assign an alternative sentence in those cases. Examples include assault, sexual crimes, crimes against children, domestic violence, etc. For that reason, you'll note that any sort of treatment related to these types of crimes is not listed under the types of alternative sentencing in the bill, because anyone convicted of that type of crime wouldn't be eligible for alternative sentencing. While it was difficult to establish contact with the Coalition Against Sexual and Domestic Violence in the months leading up to this hearing, and as we were working on the language, stakeholders did make a concerted effort to ensure that the coalition's concerns were incorporated into this language. There are, for example, exceptions included that we believe the coalition would support making exceptions. So similar legislation has passed in other states. This bill is modeled off of Tennessee's recent law. And this legislation is brought forward in the spirit of Article 18 of the Bill of Rights in our state's constitution, which states in part that the true design of all punishments is to reform mankind. So this legislation is intended to ensure that our justice system is actively engaged in reforming, as opposed to simply limiting, because philosophically, when you are incarcerated, your freedom, your liberty is taken for a period of time to punish you. But if we're just catch and release, what are we achieving? And the idea with this legislation is to ensure that people are funneled into systems, resources, experiences that would help them grow and improve as human beings so that they won't be incarcerated again. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Just for, I'm interested. Does the court already not have the option to impose these versus, because we don't have minimum or mandatory jail sentences, right? So can they not already do this? What makes this necessary?
The idea here is to make it very clear that it's the intent of the
preferred.
Right.
Okay.
That when it's appropriate, and it's up to the judge. And in particular, the use of the word caregiver is present throughout the bill because we're specifically looking at people who are the breadwinners in their household. We're thinking like, talking about maybe someone is the only person employed in their household. Maybe they have young children dependent upon them. Maybe they're paying child support. Maybe, as in my case, my elderly mother lives with me and I care for her. And people in that type of situation, the ripple effect of incarceration is vast. If I disappeared one day, even just for a couple of months, the impact on my mom's quality of life would be severe. And when you're talking about children, if their only caregiver is gone, those children will potentially end up in the system. We do have laws in New Hampshire that would preferentially send them to maybe grandparents or something. But absent that sort of option, maybe those children end up in the system. That's a financial outlay to the state and the taxpayers. There could be emotional impacts of losing a parent to the prison system, that down the road, maybe those people who are impacted end up part of the criminal justice system themselves, and not in a great way. And similarly, if, let's say, the situation is like one of two parents is the breadwinner, ends up incarcerated, maybe the other parent can't really make ends meet without that other parent there. They apply for benefits, they're on welfare, and all the while, taxpayers are paying to house and feed the productive parent, the breadwinner, that would otherwise be able to contribute to their household independently. So there's a financial impact to incarceration if it's possible to address the behavioral issues, the criminal behavior of that person through some kind of program, and the judge agrees that that would be effective. And the bill includes accountability as well, and the option for the judge to revert to prison time if necessary. But if the judge feels it's appropriate, there are so many benefits across all aspects of life in New Hampshire, from the impact on the taxpayers, long-term impact on youths who maybe have lost a loved one to incarceration, and how their lives could be changed by being able to grow up with that caregiver in their life, as opposed to the chaos and trauma that comes with losing a loved one in that situation. And then additionally, if we can actually reform someone instead of simply limiting their freedom and their liberties with incarceration, then we should be focused on that.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Representative Muse.
You have a pretty exhaustive list of the exceptions. What I'm wondering about are the things that might be more the rule in cases like this. So what kind of crimes do you think would be eligible for this type of treatment?
I think we're talking, for example, if someone has a serious pattern of maybe speeding, maybe not paying their tickets, things like that. That's someone who would benefit from financial literacy classes, maybe like a defensive driving, a more extensive defensive driving course. There's a variety of small petty things that can pile up over time that could eventually lead to jail time, where it's more an issue of someone just having it together. Being able to manage money, manage their time, manage their own impulses, which can come down to simply mental health issues. And that's why therapy is part of the list of options for how to address these things. Just with ADHD alone, which so many people in the country and the world have, impulse control is a major problem. And there's different aspects of ADHD. I have it. I don't think I really have the impulse control part of it so much compared to other people. More of the spaced out variety of ADHD. But, that's kind of the issue, right? Is that as we progress as a society and we move on from using leeches to give medical care, and we learn more, we become more scientific, we do more studies, we start to learn that there are different ways to address behavioral issues than simply incarceration.
Thank you.
Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What numbers do you have any numbers on how many people would be impacted by this? Because my impression is that a vast majority, if not over 90% of people who are currently incarcerated are parents, either mother, father, caregiver. So it just seems like an enormous population would be impacted. And if I might, also, it's a two-part question. Do you think that sometimes taking a step out of a lifestyle to relearn new habits would be beneficial as well, just like a timeout? Thank you for taking my question.
On the second part, there's other ways to step out of lifestyle besides incarceration. That's the point of halfway homes, sober homes, things like that. So there are a lot of different ways that human beings can address hanging out in the wrong crowd. Otherwise, if I thought my teenager was hanging out with the wrong crowd, I'd just call the Hillsborough County Jail. So we have options. And on the first part, it's a two, there's two components here. It's not simply caregiver and it's not simply nonviolent, it's both. So it's a nonviolent crime that of which a caregiver is convicted. And that number should be very small. But for those people and for the people that depend on them, the impact is significant. But I believe other stakeholders on this legislation were looking into getting that kind of data. That was something that we talked about in our mini meetings. I don't have the data, but maybe someone else speaking today would. And if they're here, I assume they don't even have to be asked. They'd just bring it up.
For the Representative Saley.
Sorry, thank you very much. This is a bit of a follow-up on Representative Reed's question. Thank you for taking my question. So if a parent or a caregiver needed to be sentenced, for example, to a halfway house, away from their family temporarily to work through their issues, but would still have access to visiting them and seeing them, or perhaps going to their place of employment, is that something that is possible with how this is written? Just so I understand.
I don't believe so. However, it is likely the legislation says that that a judge could assign some other kind of resources or experience for the convicted person if the judge finds it appropriate. And I think it's worth considering that in addition to incarceration, halfway homes, sober homes, there's also partial inpatient hospitalization. That's something that exists in New Hampshire and many other parts of the country where it's like a day camp for therapy, and you spend a substantial amount of time Monday through Friday in a therapeutic environment, going to meetings. I think it takes about a month, and it's covered by insurance typically. So there's a lot of different ways to address exacerbated and untreated mental health issues, aside from incarceration, in a way that really takes you out of your element and helps you focus.
Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. The way I read it, I mean, it says the court may impose an individually assessed sentence. So what we're saying here, I think that, or I just want you to clarify if I have this correct. So what we're saying here is, I'm sure that this is something that the court may already take into consideration, just as part of, the way they're doing it. What you're trying to say here is you're trying to put into law the requirement essentially for this to be considered, but it doesn't actually mean they have to impose this kind of sentence over another. It's an option, is what I'm saying.
Right. And I think sometimes as lawmakers, sometimes I'm frustrated when like an attorney is a lawmaker because they're always throwing a wrench in the gears, because they are on the other side and they know how our attempts at lawmaking end up playing out in real lives. And I think that's the importance of communicating to the court our wishes as a legislature, but then also giving the court that discretion, because we can't legislate to every individual type of situation. We can't begin to imagine the variety of predicaments that the court has to address. And I'd like to think that a judge, in working with the prosecution, in working with the defense, can determine on a case-by-case basis, this person would really benefit from and would be able to grow from going into therapy as their sentence instead of incarceration or something along those lines.
Wonderful. Thank you.
No. Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On line I'm just looking at line 13 on the second page. Can you just clarify where it says affordable and safe housing assistance? Is that meant to be public housing, or actually, let me not tell you what I think. What does that mean?
We have programs in the state that help people go through they assist them in going through the process of obtaining housing. When it comes to, I mean, I don't know if you've ever really interacted much with someone who's homeless, or someone who's been applying for benefits, but for folks in that situation, the stress is so high, their emotions are running so high, they feel so much shame that, I mean, I've personally witnessed people trying to apply for something helpful, and it feels so invasive. They feel so scrutinized, and it's really difficult to move through the process. And so we have entities in this state that can help you respectfully help you and encourage you to move through the process of, for example, applying for a mortgage, things like that. Things that can be very daunting, especially if you have some mental health issues.
Thank you. And for the record, I was the welfare director in my town, and I've helped
didn't know
many
that.
people. It's obvious that you didn't. I've helped many people that were homeless. I've helped many people with their rent assistance. I've helped many people that had no places to go. I'm answering
So-
hers.
so you've
but
seen
my
it
understanding
firsthand.
is that if the reason I'm asking this specific question is if an individual has a felony on their record, they weren't allowed to apply for the public housing, and that's why I'm questioning this.
Okay, well, I don't think you could be sentenced to live in public housing. That would be weird. I think it's more about having assistance in obtaining housing of any type. But also, I didn't know about your work history, and I just generally think that very few people, so many people are just paying their bills, picking their kids up from school, focused on their lives, and not a lot of people, in my perspective, have the opportunity to watch someone really crumble when they're faced with paperwork. And it sounds like you know firsthand what that's like, and it's rough. As a parent of a teenager, I've certainly spent a lot of time trying to manage just one human's emotions, and the work that social workers do, I think, is beyond my capacity.
Representative Newman.
Thank you. In section 3 on the last page, it gives the processes that the court can use then to determine whether the person has been sentenced in accordance with this law, to be able to follow up and determine if the person is complying with what's necessary to be eligible. Does that appear anywhere else in law, or is this a new thing that might be more helpful for a judge to understand that there is certain things that there's a process that they can go through to make sure that it's complied with?
I couldn't tell you if there's anything like that anywhere else in law, but this section is worded in this way it's reflective of the Tennessee law, but the Tennessee law digs in deep and gives specific instructions to the court. And in our work crafting the language of this bill, talking to different stakeholders, it was clear that we would be creating more problems than we'd be solving by giving specific dictates to the court about how to go about establishing whether someone has met the requirements, because they have their own systems and procedures in place already. And so essentially the idea is just to say, whatever your procedures are,
Okay.
check in on folks.
See no further questions. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I guess you
Me?
can go.
Can I go? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Bolden, for taking my question. I just have a question back to the affordable and safe housing assistance, that line 13 on page 2. The sentence prior says that the court may require the person to meet certain conditions, and then it said affordable and safe housing assistance. is the requirement that they obtain assistance, or is it the requirement that they obtain affordable and safe housing?
Did she answer?
My read is assistance.
Pardon me?
Assistance.
Okay.
But it would be appropriate to, I mean, honestly, in this housing market, asking someone to obtain housing as a condition of not being incarcerated is probably way too much to ask. Especially when, you know, you have to take into consideration their credit, their financial status. I think it's more about assistance. And so, for example, if someone is unhoused and their being unhoused is contributing in some way to whatever's bringing them back into the court system, then requiring them to do the work to obtain housing, if the judge believes that obtaining housing could have an impact on their likelihood of ending up in front of a judge again, then that seems appropriate.
Thank you. Can I follow up? Thank you. On that same page, on page, let's see, line 25, is this meant to, if it talks about the person, non-compliant person having to reappear. So they, according to line D, in order for the judge to impose the initial sentence of confinement, the person would have to be non-compliant a couple of times. At least twice, right? Because it says it's of continued noncompliance. Because initially they could just add sanctions or something, but okay, thank you.
No further questions? Or is
Did
that-
Representative Reed have a question?
Yeah, do you? What is it?
Real quick, what, do you know how successful the program is in Tennessee? How long it's been
Oh.
in practice?
I just know that it's Tennessee and they passed this law. And that blew my mind because it is Tennessee. I have a cousin who lives there, and you know, the culture is different.
Thank you. No further questions. Paul Introduccio? Inderosa? You got to pronounce these first so I can. How about write them out phonetically?
Push the button.
Okay, we're on. Yes, thanks for hearing me this morning for a couple minutes. I'm with the New Hampshire Community Bail Fund, and we're a nonprofit that bails out folks who are stuck in jail simply because they don't have the money to pay. And one of the things, of course, my phone's ringing. Sorry. Yeah, I think we've been busy, believe me. In any case, yeah, they don't have the resources to pay. So, and it's typically low cash bail, nonviolent types of situations. We've bailed over 540 people throughout New Hampshire, and 275 just last year. And one of the things we do is we do give rides to people, so we get to know some of these folks when we can give a ride. And to give some color to some of the people who are primary caregivers, we had one gentleman, Dylan. He called us in a panic because he's legally blind and he can't keep track of his meds because his caregiver was in Valley Street Jail. So that just kind of gives you an idea of what that impact of just being separated from your primary caregiver does. We had another person, Sarah, who we had a panic call from the attorney. So you got to get her out because if she's not out by today, she's going to lose her job and she's going to lose her kids. So thankfully we had people available to do that. But these are minor crimes, minor situations that are impacting people's lives. The other one, Debbie, who was she was in her apartment building burned down, and the next week she was picked up on an old warrant for $100 of a driving thing that happened like 3 years prior. She's got a 4-year-old, and the 4-year-old was with her grandmother who's kind of infirm. So she was really worried about the whole risk of that, and she had spent 4 days in jail at Valley Street just for $100. So I just wanted to give some color on what the impact of just being separated when you're a primary caregiver. I know there's a lot of details to sort through if we could move forward with this, but I think this is something we really got to consider, and it definitely would be a good step forward for the community. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. My question is, I just said when I was speaking with Representative Bolden, that, this would be something that would be taken into consideration now. And the way what you're describing is it not being really, it doesn't sound like it's being taken into consideration. Can you speak to kind of how often you see primary caregivers in that type of situation?
I don't have all the, I should go backtrack with our folks, but I'd say it's maybe about 10% of the time there is a primary caregiver involved.
Do you think that this would be impactful and help people who are in that situation?
Oh, absolutely. And the other thing I'm worried about is what about the people we can't get out? The people that can't get bail that are primary caregivers.
Thank you.
Representative Stone.
Thank you for taking my question. My question is, are these individuals that you post bail for, are these individuals that have been seen before the court, or are they prior to their court appearance after being arrested?
This is, the people that we see are all pre-trial.
Thank you.
Yeah.
See no further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
The chair recognizes Pamela Kylie.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Pamela Kylig, and I am the Public Policy Specialist at the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence. The coalition is the umbrella organization for our 12 community-based crisis centers that each year serve around 14,000 victims of domestic and sexual violence each year, and that includes children. I'm here in opposition to HB 1039, legislation that could inadvertently place domestic violence victims and children at risk. We truly appreciate the sponsor's commitment to ensuring that children grow up in safe and supportive homes in New Hampshire, especially when it comes to trying to find solutions for children of incarcerated parents and caregivers. Unfortunately, this proposal is in direct conflict with the goals of public safety. Normally, we try to come to the table, and I just want to say we oppose similar legislation that was brought forward last session and raised very similar concerns to what I'm going to address here today. And so I think better faith efforts could have been made to bring broader stakeholders to the table to really work through some of the pieces in here to see if we could bring forward a better solution. I think the underlying goal of this legislation has merit. The implementation of such a proposal really needs to be carefully done. Even with substantial amendments today, this proposal just isn't going to satisfy our concerns. An integral part of the coalition's mission is to raise awareness and build statewide and local capacity to address the impact that trauma can have on both victims and their families. It is especially important that children who have been exposed to abuse and violence in their homes receive support and learning how to cope after these situations have occurred. Exposure to domestic violence is an adverse child experience, and this bill as written doesn't address the impact that domestic violence could have in a home. We agree that children do well in a stable environment, have been longtime supporters of early childhood interventions that seek to increase resiliency in children who have experienced adversity. However, when someone needs a caregiver, whether it's because of age, disability, or other circumstances, they're considered especially vulnerable and sadly more likely to be victimized. We have an obligation as members of a community to protect our most vulnerable citizens against harmful conduct by the people responsible for for their care. In New Hampshire, we often hold caregivers to higher standards, and this bill as written does the opposite. In reviewing the bill language, we are concerned about situations where the underlying member who they're attempting to maintain care over could be actually charged or could be returned back to their family even if they've abused their dependent or child. There's no carve out in here that addresses a situation like that. And I know that the Office of Child Advocate has raised similar concerns. The bill ignores the needs of the child or the dependent in these situations and doesn't guide the court to consider the possibility of whether the vulnerable person was the victim. Additionally, many offenders in New Hampshire plead to much less serious crimes than they are originally charged with, and we see this often in cases of sexual and domestic violence and child abuse. Consequently, creating a laundry list of perceived violent offenses did not address the reality of how these crimes are resolved in our state. I've attached a handout to the testimony, which is a chart of violent offenses, like our definitions of violent crimes in the state, and the laundry list of crimes that are harmful or dangerous that aren't encompassed in that. This bill would then create another list of violent crimes that, again, will create further complications and more complexities in our statute. And it's just creating a list of violent or nonviolent crimes is the wrong approach to this type of policy when the goal is to both balance public safety and ensuring that caregivers are able to adequately care for their children. Want to just share a couple of scenarios to kind of illustrate this. So in this bill, RSA 169C, which is the abuse and neglect statute, is not included in this list. That means that a caregiver could be considered who maybe is on the central registry for abusing their child, but maybe committed a crime that isn't on this list of exemptions, could then be returned home. We need to be looking at all of the factors at the table and understand how everything comes together. There needs to be a comprehensive consideration of the whole situation, not piecemeal or patchwork approach to this. In another example, this bill could also create a situation where the caregiver may have a protective order against them under RSA 173B, the domestic violence statute, also not listed in this. And then that abusive parent could be returned home even if they committed another crime not included on this list. Additionally, vulnerable adults could also still be victims of financial exploitation or criminal neglect, as relevant statutes are not addressed here. So we implore you to consider sort of the broader implications of this and make sure that we're looking really holistically at this so that we can really come to an agreeable solution. We hope that you will consider the best interests of the child and domestic violence victims and vulnerable adults when you're making your decision on this bill, and we ask you to ITL. Thank you.
Representative Salick.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. I'm a little confused about some of your testimony because the bill does specifically say people who have committed domestic violence, second-degree assault. It also doesn't say that these people have to be released. It's giving a judge discretion in the cases where there's not been violence committed or assault committed. And my understanding is if you've assaulted a child or abused a child, that, the judge would certainly take that into consideration as a reason not to take this as an option, that this isn't saying the judge must, but the judge may. And so I don't understand where it specifically addresses certain things that you're saying it doesn't seem to address. It seems to be within here. And that a person who in the best interests of a child has arranged the temporary care of a child, it just focuses a lot on making sure children are protected as well as elders. And so I'm just confused because it doesn't seem to match at all with what you're saying.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for that question and for the opportunity to clarify. So I think to point out, so this bill includes the definitions of violent crime under RSA 651.5, section 10, I can do this, 13, Roman numerals. So under that is a list, and I'll show when I send out the chart, you'll see this a bit more clearly. On that list, the only crime under RSA 173B, but this list doesn't include any of the issues under 173B. This only includes the actual crime of domestic violence under RSA 631. So what I'm trying to say here is that someone could violate a protective order. They could have these other crimes of abuse against them, like animal cruelty and all of these other things that show a pattern of domestic violence and not be considered violent in this case under this bill. So there's gaps in this that don't look at the whole situation because domestic violence under 173B is not a crime. You have to have certain, so it's a gap in the legislation to make sure it's holistic.
What about her question regarding the fact that it's only an option for the judge versus mandatory?
Yeah, I know there's some folks in the room that might be able to better answer the legal process around this, but it's my understanding that judges already have the discretion to make sentences tailored to the individual. So I also just don't know why this is necessary to begin with. And I think if the goal is to bring children and caregivers together, then we need to be looking at funding more programming to ensure that there's more options to expand what we already have in the state and to make sure that it can be very safely designed.
One follow-up.
Thank you. If this legislation had the list of offenses you included as an amendment, would you then support it?
Thank you so much for asking that question. That is something we've mulled over for a really long time. I just don't think the approach of creating carve-outs is going to adequately address our concerns because there's a plethora of scenarios that we're not going to be able to contemplate here. And if we're especially going to be saying that folks need to then be matched to specific resources and programming, then I think we need to have a better idea of what those resources and programming are. And so I think this just is going to need a lot more work and discussion to better understand who is going to fall under this umbrella and how we can adequately support them to make sure that this would be a successful proposal.
And just to be clear for the members and anyone else, there will be an opportunity to do that because I'm going to put this on a subcommittee. Representative Newman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So it seems like the situation that you've described, the judge has the ability right now with any sentence without a list to assign these particular solutions. And now with this legislation, it has a list, but he could still, is that not correct? Or am I not understanding the discretion that the judge has now?
Yeah, no, and I, again, would love to defer that to someone with a little bit more practice in court than I do have. But I do think, like, what I was trying to say is currently judges do have discretion, but it doesn't necessarily relate directly to this bill. But I think the biggest thing is just, like, I don't think this solution fits within the current framework that we have in our state. And so we're going to need to do a lot more work to look at the whole infrastructure within this to make sure that the judges have adequate discretion and that the right pieces then can fall into place. But I defer to legal experts.
Seeing no further questions. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Wheeler. Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know a lot of work went into this bill here, and they reached out to a lot of different stakeholders. And I'm wondering, did the prime sponsor, reach out to the Domestic Violence Coalition to try and alleviate some of those concerns and have you work and find some way of mulling it over together to find a comprehensive solution?
Yeah, I think we did there were a few efforts to reach out, and unfortunately we were not able to connect on multiple occasions. And I really don't think there was a good faith effort there because it was kind of in the 11th hour before the filing period. I think, again, we had a really strong list of concerns that were presented when this bill was first filed. And so a lot of those concerns continue to today, and we've expressed them over and over again and implored them to speak to other stakeholders that we knew had similar concerns. I don't know if those efforts were followed through.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow-up.
And then I assume the Domestic Violence Coalition will participate in the subcommittee that the chairman has said that he'll propose on this bill.
We are more than happy to serve as a resource. We just want to be at the table.
Thank you.
And so you shall be. So no further questions. Thank you for your testimony. And the chair calls Ophelia Burnett. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I just passed out a fact sheet that we all came together collectively that worked on this bill and my testimony. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Ophelia Burnett, and I am the Healing Justice Program Associate with the American Friends Service Committee. I am here today not only as a directly impacted individual myself, but I am also here to advocate for those who are currently and formerly incarcerated as well. I am here to testify in support of HB 1039 and urge you to vote ought to pass on this important bill. As one of the organizers who worked closely on this bill, the primary caregiver bill is not a get-out-of-jail-free card. This legislation provides community-based alternatives to prison for parents and primary caregivers with nonviolent crimes, and if the court determines they are not a threat or a danger to the community, with bills like the primary caregiver bill, the primary caregivers can stay with their children and families. Isn't that what we all want, is to try to keep families together instead of tearing them apart? We see so often that what that looks like and the long-term harm that it causes to families. There's 2,442 people currently incarcerated in the state of New Hampshire. Many of them are parents to young children. Having a child separated from their parent at an early age can negatively impact children well into adulthood. According to American Health Ranking, when a parent is in prison, children suffer. Parental incarceration is considered an adverse childhood experience, ACE, which is correlated with the poor health and educational outcomes, behavioral issues, and other social challenges into adulthood. Nearly 16% of children in New Hampshire have experienced 2 or more ACEs. I'd now like to take this moment to read a letter from a woman who had to leave her newborn baby behind to face her jail sentence. Hello, my name is Emmy Landry, and I am from Laconia, New Hampshire. I have a daughter who will be turning 6 in July of this year. When I was first incarcerated, she was only a month old. The charges I received had stemmed from before she was conceived, and although I found out after my arrest that I was pregnant, it did not change the outcome at all. I was sentenced to count a year and served 9 months out of the 12. That was my first incarceration, and there were no alternatives offered despite my efforts. It was very difficult to accept, especially going through postpartum depression behind walls. Due to these circumstances, I was lucky to have a mother willing to step in to take over temporary guardianship when I couldn't be there. I took a drug class in county, but the resources were lacking upon release. I had been struggling with addiction since I was a teenager, and when I got out, I still felt lost. It was difficult transitioning into being a mother of a 10-month-old infant, of whom I was never there for. The first year of a child's life is crucial for bonding, and I wasn't even given that option. I was released out on probation where I was violated multiple times for continued drug use. Those violations, along with other charges, led to a prison sentence in which my daughter was almost 3 years old. Thankfully, she was still very young, so she didn't grasp the concept of exactly where I was. She just knew that her mother wasn't there. During my time in prison, she was able to come visit me, which helped me build a better relationship between the two of us. The transition back home was still difficult because at the time I was coming home to a toddler, not the 1-month-old baby I left years ago. During my incarcerations, my daughter started having medical problems. She was getting sick often and started showing signs of anger and physical aggression. She was kicked out of multiple daycares due to concerns of other children. Her speech was delayed, so she was unable to communicate with her wants and needs properly. She has since been diagnosed with ADHD as well as being on, She has since been diagnosed with ADHD as well as being on autism spectrum. She has an individual learning program at school and does speech therapy 3 times a week. If we were to rewind back a few years to the charges that started this all, I personally believe there could have been a better solution. I was in the full swing of my long addiction when I was arrested for sales and conspiracy to sell drugs. I found out almost a year later after my arrest, I was pregnant with my daughter and pleaded with my lawyer to try to find an alternative to being locked up. Whether it was house arrest, on a bracelet, counseling, community service, a long-term treatment facility, or all the above. They said that it wasn't on the table and I would have to serve time or in county jail or in the state prison. There was no middle ground. I truly believe if this had been an option, that my path as well as my daughter's could have been drastically different. It's almost 6 years since my first incarceration, and I'm thankful to say that I have been sober now 4 of those years and out of prison for almost 3 to enjoy time with my daughter and build a relationship I was denied in the beginning. It hasn't been the easiest, and I'm still going to court to get back full custody and dissolve the guardianship. Had we had legislation back then like HB 1039, Emmy would have been received the proper care she needed, which was going to be substance care counseling, because as you see, incarceration did not help Emmy's case. She kept violating because of the drug misuse. Incarceration did not fix that. Honestly, statistic has shown that incarceration only causes more harm, but that's a conversation and topic for another day. But had she had the alternative to incarceration and got the counseling she needed, she would not have kept violating and missing those most important and precious years of her daughter's life, and would have been there for her daughter because, as you see, her daughter was experiencing a few ACEs that I had mentioned before due to parental incarceration. So please, Chairman and members of the committee, the time is now. Support HB 1039. Let's invest in treatment, job training, and affordable housing so we can help provide families like Emmy with the resources and the support they need to thrive with community-based alternatives to prison that allow caregivers of all types to remain in their families and their communities. Thank you. And I will take any questions if anyone has one.
See no questions. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
The chair calls Richard Balinsky. Did I butcher that? All right. Attorney Stephen Enders.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Stephen Enders. I'm a prosecutor in the Merrimack County Attorney's Office. I've been a prosecutor for over 20 years. I do oppose this legislation simply because I believe it's unnecessary. Let me start out by reading you a quote from the New Hampshire Supreme Court. In 1978, the New Hampshire Supreme Court wrote, "The real purpose of all sentencing is to reduce crime. This theoretically can be done by rehabilitating the individual defendant so he will not offend again. Another way is to punish the individual defendant in the hope that he will be deterred from repeating his crime. Moreover, by punishing the individual defendant, others may be deterred from committing crimes. Whichever sentence is thought to be likely to reduce the most crime is the proper sentence to impose." And that's something that I think judges live by and understand in the state of New Hampshire. And in New Hampshire, everybody gets an individually assessed sentence. There are very, very few crimes that have minimum mandatory penalties. And when I say very, very few, I haven't gone through and looked to try and count them up, but my guess would be there's under 10 of them throughout the entire criminal code. In fact, I know in 2016, the legislature formed a subcommittee to look at all of the crimes that did have minimum mandatory sentences and look at whether or not those minimum mandatory sentences were appropriate. I know as a result of that 2016 subcommittee, they changed one statute. Most of the crimes in the state of New Hampshire that have minimum mandatory sentences have prerequisite crimes, meaning, for example, armed career criminal has a minimum mandatory sentence. But in order to be an armed career criminal, you need to have a certain number of prerequisite violent felonies on your record. The list of options in this bill, the A through I list, are available in all cases to all defendants. So I don't believe that it's necessary to carve out an exception saying for caregivers only, for nonviolent offenses only, because judges in this state have discretion to impose this in appropriate cases. I'm also concerned with paragraph 3, which requires a person to potentially reappear in court after sentencing. I think there would be constitutional challenges to that because it theoretically allows the court to change the sentence after it's imposed. One of the tenets in New Hampshire is that once a sentence is imposed, everyone leaving the courtroom at the end of sentencing needs to know exactly what that sentence is and exactly what the parameters of that sentence are. In terms of communicating to the court system that the legislature is hoping the court will impose these options A through I, as Ms. Keelig said, I think the appropriate way to communicate that is to fund these programs. Because I think there's a real concern now. We love programming. I can tell you as a prosecutor, I love programs. Because if a program is going to stop crime, that's fantastic. Defense attorneys love programs too, because if it keeps their client out of jail and keeps their client out of jail for the rest of their client's life, they love programs. The problem is finding these programs that don't always necessarily exist. And as usual, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. With regard to the, I understood that the court already had the opportunity or the availability to use all these in the list. But what about the message of legislative preference? I know that, for example, it used to be in Massachusetts, when it came to domestic violence arrest, it used to say the preferred shall be arrest. Can the legislature not send its intent that our preference would be that they take into account in the cases of caregivers?
I assume the legislature's preference is to stop crime in terms of stopping people from committing crimes. I think that's the court's preference as well. I think we're all on the same page in terms of our goal as the government, all three branches, is to stop crime. The question is, how does that occur? And if the legislature has a preference for programming, that's fine. You can, I think, say the legislature prefers that the court impose programming over incarceration. But I think that with that goes providing that programming to the court so that they can actually go with that.
With regard to your constitutional concern about the changing of the sentence, is it not similar to a suspended sentence if they were to, if they impose a incarceration and then say, okay, we're going to enact the I mean, it looks like they would be imposing a whole new sentence, but if it were written as a suspended sentence, would that be?
Absolutely. If it were written as a suspended sentence where when the person is sentenced, they know I have, 2 to 5 in the state prison, that's suspended for a period of time, conditioned on me doing these things, that's certainly legal. If the person doesn't do those things, we could file a motion to impose that sentence. They'd be entitled to an attorney. They'd be entitled to a due process hearing. and then the court could impose the portion of the suspended sentence they felt appropriate. This leaves it much more squishy in terms of not having a suspended sentence and the court saying that in the event of noncompliance, impose sanctions. Those sanctions need to be told to the defendant at the time of sentencing in terms of this is what we will do if you don't do this.
Thank you. Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you said the caregiver exception is not needed because judges have the discretion to make that exception themselves. So I'm wondering, what should the committee do? And I assume there might be a subcommittee. What should the committee do about the situation that Paul testified to when it comes to someone like Dylan, the legally blind person who can't keep because their caregiver is going to jail, they can't keep their medicine. And so we're hearing that this is happening. I guess the question is, how would your office see as best to address the fact that some of these caregivers are going to prison and people are being left by the wayside?
There's a number of ways sentences get imposed. The first, and I think by far the most common way in New Hampshire, is people come to an agreement on what the sentence is going to be. In those cases where people come to an agreement over what the sentence is going to be, which again is the vast majority of cases, I don't know there's anything we can do to say, these are some of the thoughts about the dependent. Certainly that should be factored in those conversations between the defense and the prosecution in coming up with an agreement. Other ways sentences get imposed is it's left up to the court. It can be left up to the court after a plea. It can be left up to the court after a contested hearing. But when it's left up to the court, people can provide witnesses, evidence. People can come in and testify, write letters. Sentencing, there's very few parameters for sentencing in New Hampshire in terms of keeping information out or letting information in. And certainly at a contested hearing, that person would be welcome to say, I'm a caregiver and people depend on me. And if I go to jail, it's going to not just impact me, but it's going to impact the community. It's going to, present difficulties for a variety of people. And then the judge would make a determination based on all of that information. I hope that answers your
Quick follow-up,
question.
Mr. Chairman. I think it does. So you're saying that and I'm just going to use the example that was given again, if there was a legally blind person who wasn't getting their medicine because their caregiver was going to prison, you're saying that person would, the way that at least the attorney's office thinks that person should go about this is petition the court, send letters, get the person who's getting care and other people who might be affiliated with that to go to the court sentencing hearing and participate in that to make it clear that there might be some reason why.
Absolutely. And I think it depends too what the caregiver is going to prison for or going to jail for. I think.
Right. Well, yes. Yeah. And then
obviously,
really quickly, Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure your name is spelled correctly on my notes here because I feel like I've been spelling it wrong the last few days that you've been here.
It's Stephen with a V and it's Endres, Endres.
END. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a question for me. Is it not common, do you not regularly hear defense attorneys when it comes to sentencing say, my client is responsible for A, B, and C, and he has, these conditions, and does that not?
Absolutely. I mean, we hear that all the time from defense attorneys and those are things that are taken into consideration.
And nothing prohibits the judge from considering those when weighing a sentence.
Absolutely. And again, a lot of this is negotiation between the defense and the prosecution. And the vast majority of times we're able to come up with an agreement that sort of everyone can live with, including the defendant, the victims, the prosecutor, defense counsel. And then we would present that agreement to the court and the court would have to approve it. If we can't come to an agreement, we end up having contested sentencing hearings. And even in those contested sentencing hearings, there are often parameters. There's a sort of a naked sentencing hearing where it's anybody can ask for whatever they want, We also do capped sentencing hearings where essentially the state is going to ask for a certain sentence and the defense is going to argue for anything below that. And there's also the possibility to do capped floor sentencing arguments where the state's going to ask for one thing, the defendant's going to ask for something lower, and the court can impose anything within those two parameters, that capped floor. So it's not always a throw yourself on the mercy of the court, but certainly every defendant, if they want to have an open sort of naked sentencing, that's their right to do so.
Representative Harry Cathright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Earlier, you stated that in Section 3, it said that it requires the person to appear in court. I'm going to say that line 18 and line 20 says may,
Correct.
and there is a difference.
A-
So I
ab-
just want to make sure that we're on the same wavelength at
Absolutely.
that
It
point.
doesn't require them to appear, but it may require them to
Okay.
appear.
So again, sorry, finish your statement.
My concern is that that would violate the current principles of due process in terms of finality of sentencing.
Okay, follow up? So, again, for me, who's not a lawyer, we look at that as being the discretion of the judge. Is that not correct? If it says may.
It's my concern with that paragraph is that at the moment you're sentenced, you need to know exactly what the sentence is and what the parameters of that sentence are. So if at the moment of sentencing, the judge says, I'm sentencing you to drug and alcohol treatment, and then 2 months later, the judge says, I would like to see you to see how you're doing in that drug and alcohol treatment, I believe that runs afoul of the finality of sentencing. I think the judge can say, I'm sentencing you to drug and alcohol treatment, and we're going to have review hearings every 2 months to see how you're doing. And if you're not successful in drug and alcohol treatment, this is the sentence I'm going to impose. But that has to be known to the defendant at the time of initial sentencing.
Go ahead.
Okay, with that said, thank you for that information. Would you be willing to work with the group on that issue as well?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Just so, if you could help me, so everyone understands, at sentencing, you're either sentenced to further supervision by the court or not.
Correct.
You can't be, the court can't just kind of reach out and pull you back in if you're not sentenced to it.
Correct.
So you could be sentenced to probation, and part of that could be going to this, and this.
Yes.
And if you don't, you could be violated and have a new hearing.
Yes.
Which would impose a new sentence for violation of probation.
Correct.
Okay, so you can't just be, the judge will call you back and check on you, and if you're not doing well, he's going to send you to jail.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm thinking about drug and mental health courts and kind of how this interacts with that. And I know that, it's an evolution and, they're being expanded over time. I think mental health courts is much more recent. And I'm wondering how this kind of interacts with this and how you would think that the interplay between these things.
Well, there is a drug court program and a mental health court program in Merrimack County right now. The drug court program is a program for people who do have substance misuse issues. They apply to get in, they have to be screened, accepted. And my understanding is that that has a higher rate of success than sort of the standard incarceration model. Mental health court at this point, I believe, is only for misdemeanors in Merrimack County, but I know they've looked at expanding that as well. And I think, again, as I said earlier, everyone in New Hampshire gets an individually assessed sentence. And if drug court or mental health court is appropriate, hopefully that's what the judge imposes.
Could I follow up really quick? Okay. And so in the example that Ophelia gave, thank you for that. Speaking about, I think it was Emma, the situation that she went through without, and repeatedly, but do you think that now, clearly that was a few years ago, do you think that now a person in that same situation may have been diverted to drug court instead?
Potentially.
It's tough to say without knowing that.
And again, like you're saying, it's very difficult to know without knowing all the circumstances of that case. But certainly, as I said earlier, our goal is to stop crime, and our goal is to stop people from getting arrested. And if someone says to me, look, sending this person to jail isn't going to essentially cure the problem, but drug court will, I think 10 out of 10 judges are going to send the person to drug court because that's our goal.
Thank you.
Representative Jambrin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. It's been a while since I was in college for my degree in criminal justice, so I'm hoping that you could give me some information that I hope I'm correct.
Yes.
Prior to sentencing for a felony, the New Hampshire Probation and Parole Department does a pre-sentence investigation. Is that still correct?
Not as much anymore.
Okay.
That used to be a standard practice. I think that's not as, I think it's a potential, but I think it's less common than it was in the past.
Okay, follow up. If that were the practice today, do you believe that the assessment that is required in Section 2 of the bill to determine, because it says the sentencing court will determine, would that investigation be helpful to the court if this was to happen?
I think more information is always helpful to the court in making a decision. So I think if what you're referring to is what used to be called a PSI, a pre-sentence investigation, those PSIs I think were helpful to the court in the sense that probation or parole would talk to the state, they would talk to the defendant, they would talk to defense counsel, they'd talk to any of the victims, and would make a recommendation to the court saying this is what we believe an appropriate sentence is. So I think certainly if I was a judge sentencing people, I would want more information rather than less.
Representative Newman.
I have a question about the current law.
Yes.
In the current law in sentencing, and it's 651-2, subparagraph 4D. And I'll just read it. It's very short. Upon recommendation by the Department of Corrections or by the County Department of Corrections, a court may sentence an incarceration-bound offender to a special alternative incarceration program involving short-term confinement followed by intensive community. So to me, that sounds a lot like this, except for the short-term confinement. And I'm wondering about when it says intensive community supervision, what does that realistically mean in the state now? Are any of these things that are on the list that might be considered, is that part of community supervision? Do you have any thoughts on that law and what it says?
Yes.
And its relationship to what we're talking about right now?
Yes. So there is a program, and the name is escaping me right now, where a person does a short period of incarceration. During that period of incarceration, they go through a drug treatment program, and then they're released into the community on probation supervision, but it's a more intensive probation supervision than sort of standard probation, where maybe instead of being checked in, a couple times a week by phone, you have a probation officer visit your home more often, that type of thing. And that program does in fact exist in New Hampshire at this time.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair calls Grace Kondecki.
Hello, good afternoon. Oh, it's still the morning. It feels like you've been here a little while. So thank you to the committee for taking my testimony today. My name is Grace Kondecki, I am the program coordinator for the American Friends Service Committee New Hampshire program. And we are here to urge the committee to vote to pass HB 1039. Because having an incarcerated parent is and can be in and of itself an adverse childhood experience. This is an opportunity for New Hampshire to take the lead and to join 3 other states in passing legislation that would expand discretion in the courts for nonviolent offenders who are the caregivers of children, elderly, or disabled loved ones who are not also the victims of those perpetrators. And so our coalition, I just wanted to address a couple of things as I've heard throughout the meeting, and to say that our coalition has worked very hard over the last year in good faith to address some of the weaknesses of the bill from the last session. We have reached out to multiple stakeholders, have had very informative conversations in order to ensure that our bill addresses those 2 key concerns about the impact that it would have on victims, as well as the impact that it would have in the courts to ensure that sentencing was made clear to those who are in front of the judge during their sentencing and throughout their cases. And so we have reached out to not only representatives within the parole and the probation system, we have reached out and talked with the Office of the Child Advocate, New Hampshire Public Defenders, and of course, directly impacted community members. I would like to make note that we have also done quite a bit of work to reach out and have conversations with the Coalition for Domestic Violence. We have these overtures began in the summer of 2023 via phone and email. And after multiple weeks of reaching, we were able to get about 10 minutes with Miss Keelig, myself, and my associate Ophelia Burnett, who you just heard a moment ago. This isn't something that I often speak about. It's deeply personal, but I feel that it is important to make note of today. I myself am the victim of a crime. I experienced horrific events as a child here in the state of New Hampshire, where I grew up. And I knew that where I come from, even though I have never had an incarcerated parent, although I have incarcerated loved ones, that this bill is still vital and important and will have a positive and outward impact on many people in this community. And so despite these multiple attempts and being able to only have about 10 minutes with the coalition to hear their concerns and do our best to incorporate them, our efforts afterward to reach out and to share what we have put together, what we were going to submit to the legislature, were rebuffed, and we never heard back from the coalition. So we continue to want to work together with stakeholders, with the community, to ensure that this bill both makes sense, is sensible, as well as truly something that can create positive impact in the New Hampshire community. And so one of the things that with all that being said, and I apologize, I'm a little bit shaky because, again, it's not information that I feel most comfortable speaking with in a body of my peers. But I think what's also important is that at AFSC, we have the immense privilege to be able to work directly with directly impacted people who have either themselves experienced incarceration or have loved ones who have experienced incarceration. And we know that incarceration is not always the solution, especially for low-level offenses, for nonviolent offenses, often which are sometimes even often drug-related. And these things require treatment, they require support, and that incarceration is not always the answer. And so what I would like to do is to read a brief testimony from a woman who was incarcerated, a community member in New Hampshire who was incarcerated, who is not able to be with us today because she does have her own caregiving responsibilities, but wanted to make sure that the committee heard her words today. And so this is from Susie. I support the primary caregiver bill because it makes sense for our community. I have lived experience as a formerly incarcerated woman who was separated from her children for quite a few years. Beyond the financial impact which directly influenced my children, they were othered by the stigma of having an incarcerated parent. Incidentally, now my son is being treated for anxiety as well as other psychological concerns due to this separation. Upon my return home, I noticed my own inability to manage activities of daily living needed to support 3 small children. I imagined that my brain atrophied from years of sitting idle with limited decision making and responsibilities in prison. It also added to my own complex PTSD. This is important because my children have lived the ramifications of my lack of mothering skills since I returned home from prison. If we rewind some decades, I had a high adverse childhood experience score, making me more susceptible to incarceration. While this is not an excuse at all for my behavior, it is noteworthy to look at the roots of these problems. I believe that New Hampshire can break the cycle of recidivism and think big picture to see that this bill will have ripple effects that will benefit many in our communities. Perhaps you're thinking that this bill would allow people to forego accountability. My personal experience and those that I have witnessed did not allow for true accountability inside the walls of prison, where our nervous systems were continually activated due to the shaming and punitive environment, as well as the separation from our loved ones. Perhaps you're thinking that prison is the only way to keep our community safe. But prisons have been around for hundreds of years, and yet we continue to face safety threats from individuals who are traumatized, abused, and suffering from mental health issues as well as substance abuse. The recidivism rate is high because we are failing to address the root causes of the problem and to remember that hurt people also hurt people. We can do better, and we can do better by passing HB 1039. And so I would like to close my testimony by making note that overall, the incarceration rates in New Hampshire are far below the national average, and the prison population has been declining. And this is positive news because it shows that our efforts, the efforts of this committee, as well as the efforts within our judicial system, are doing exactly what Mr. Enders was speaking of, is ensuring that crimes are not being committed, right? And so this is an opportunity. This bill is another way, an additional way that we can add to continue to safely reduce the prison population further, leading to prison closures, saving taxpayer dollars, and all the while keeping families together. And so I urge you to, I'm no legal expert, but I also wanted to just quickly address that in speaking with law experts in crafting this bill as a coalition, we were very thoughtful about thinking about, would this go adverse to the due process, that the importance of making sure that everyone who comes in front of a judge knows exactly what the terms of their sentence is. And so this bill would be an additional tool in the toolbox of the courts to say, these are options. This is an addition that we can add on to your sentence. And as long as you meet those conditions, you meet those requirements, then the terms of your sentence will not end in incarceration. This is not a way to slip through the cracks or to go underneath the system, but is an additional way for our system to continue bolstering the trend that we are seeing of making sure that people can be held accountable, that families can stay together, that communities can remain intact, and we can continue having a safer state and a safer community for all. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Seeing no questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Really? You set me up. The chair calls Grisellis Glenn? Griselli.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm going to be speaking from a few different points of view. And before I give my testimony, I wanted to touch on a few of the things that I heard from the people who were opposing the bill. And it's pretty easy when you are not the one that's sitting on the defendant's side of the table. And I've been through the system more than I like to admit. So I know firsthand that the courts and all of these legal systems have a bias. So yes, they have discretion, but their discretion is always leaning towards whatever the prosecutor is suggesting. So we don't really have a chance unless there's a bill like this that says, like a law that needs to be followed along with the other ones. As far as the sentence being sentenced and then returning back, there are such things as review hearings. You can you can be sentenced to this and then be sentenced later on date, come back for a review hearing, see if you completed anything, and then your sentence ends that day. You're convicted that day. I've been through that. Also, from the criminal's point of view, when people are out there committing crimes and doing things that are against the law, the last thing that they're thinking about is how much time they can get for doing it. They're not thinking about the punishment in the moment. That's not something that's being evaluated as they commit these crimes, as these crimes are committed. So the worse the punishment, or the higher the longer the time, is not going to make a difference in preventing people from committing crimes. And as far as I heard someone say that it doesn't fit within the infrastructure. No, they're right. It does not fit within the infrastructure. That's the whole point. It doesn't fit within the infrastructure. We have enough. They have enough things under under their umbrella in their infrastructure to impose sentences and sentence and convict people. Where is the help? It's not a secret that rehabilitation is the key to reform people who are coming out of the prisons. It's not a secret. This is known for many years through many studies. So they're right. It does not fit within the infrastructure. So now I would like to read my testimony. I'd like to briefly share a part of my story, the part that left the deepest wound in my heart. For sake of time, I'm just going to summarize some of my upbringing and things. I grew up with my mother, who's from Dominican Republic, and I can count on one hand how many times I saw my father before he died. I'm the oldest of three on my mom's side. My mother remarried when I was 8 years old. This would become my brother's father and also my abuser. I was sexually molested from the time that that time of 8 years old until my late teens. I had been sexually abused for the majority of my life at that point, and I had actually believed that I was just fine. Yet the following years would come to prove that I was not fine, that I was not fine. I was not mentally fine. I was not emotionally fine. I was not fine in any way. I had my first child at 17 when I started going to jail. I had 4 kids and 1 on the way, looking for love in all the wrong places. I got involved with the wrong people, and I wanted to feel like I belonged somewhere, anywhere. It didn't really much matter where. I just wanted to belong. Long story short, I ended up having to serve a 2 to 4 year sentence. I had DCYF involvement due to my drug use, and I was their primary caregiver. I made sure they were fed, clothed, and sheltered no matter what I had to do to make sure that happened. My mother was babysitting one day, and I was extremely stressed out, and I uttered that I was going to jump off of the bridge to my mother. I would never go through with it, like anything like that. It's just how I felt at that time. My mother told DCYF that I had said that, and they instructed her not to allow me to see my children. My mother, having a language barrier, didn't understand the veracity of the situation. My children wanted to come home with their mother, and she brought them to me. DCYF found out and removed them from her care. The 12-month clock to fix the life that I had spent my entire life messing up started ticking. Being in prison didn't make me an exempt. Ultimately, the time termination of parental rights rolled around. I was able to prove my 5-year sobriety. I was no longer the same person. I did a complete, sustainable 180. I had set out to prove that I deserved my own children back. I was convinced that I had, but the fact is, I never had a chance. My parental rights were terminated because I did not comply within 12 months. I wasn't able to obtain suitable shelter. I had one last visit with them 14 years ago when they were 4, 5, and 6 years old. Had this bill been in place during that time, I would have had better chances of regaining custody of my children. Because at that time I had submitted to the court to amend my sentence to be able to go into a program instead of committing the remainder of my time, and it was denied. So the judge's discretion didn't help me in that case. It's too someone else. I had this bill been in place during that time, I would have had better chances of regaining custody of my children. It's too late for that, for me anyway. but it doesn't have to be too late for someone else. Someone else experiences a similar situation. This would help eliminate having to cause more trauma than necessary to the innocent parties involved. I have lived experience. I've endured many things in my life, but none compared to the pain of losing 3 of my children at one time. I think it's time we shift the direction this year. We claim to provide rehabilitation in these correctional facilities when we know it's not true. When will we start to listening to the ones who've been through it, the ones who know firsthand? Who knows better than one who's been through it? Someone up there knows better than what I've been through than me. Support this bill. Show the people what rehabilitation looks like, the restorative justice looks like, what alternative sentencing looks like, what rehabilitation, not incarceration, looks like. Thank you.
Representative Muse.
Just one quick question, and I'm sorry for what you've been through. You said something right at the beginning of your testimony that was really interesting. Judges have discretion, but they also have biases. To what extent do you think a law like this would be helpful in maybe sending a message to judges that they need to consider things like a defendant's family situation, and not just, I guess, not simply other factors associated with the crime? So to what extent do you think this bill would actually be really useful in helping maybe change what you went through for somebody else?
I would think it would help because if it's passed, then the judge would have to abide by it because it would be law, just like all the other laws that he would have to abide by. It wouldn't be a suggestion or a recommendation. It would be something that's in black and white that has to be followed, just like all the other ones. That's how I think it would help. It would help. I mean, we all know that there are plenty of cases that, go to appeals because all the things are not followed within the courts. And that's just the little ones that's just the small things that we know of. But there's so many things that, like hearing the prosecutor up here talking, they love programs. Well, then how come there aren't any more people in programs? How come there's more people in prison than anywhere else? If they love programs so much. I mean, that's all BS, to be honest with you. That's what he was up here sitting talking, because nothing that he's really said was actually anything based on fact, and that whatever that quote was that he said, the two choices. Well, we all know by the studies and by the proof that we've been incarcerating people for how long have we been incarcerating people? How long? Has it made the problem better? Has the punishments made people behave? No, because that's not what they need. We need to get to the root of the problem. We need to find out what's making these people do this. Why are they doing this? What caused them? You know what caused them? Being taken away from their mother at the age of 4 and 5 years old and never seeing their parents again, thinking that they were neglected and abandoned and left and weren't loved. That's what's causing that. That's the root of that problem. I mean, not the only one, but that's part of it. So we need to stop wanting to punish. Everybody wants to punish until it's the other way around, until the table is turned. Then people get some sense of humanity and empathy and compassion and sympathy for other people, because we're not all from the same place. We didn't all get the same things growing up, and we don't all handle the same things the same way.
Follow up?
Yeah.
Could you repeat your name again?
Griselli.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank
Thank
you for
you.
your testimony.
Good morning. My name is Brian Townsend II. I'm a Senior Assistant Attorney General at the New Hampshire Department of Justice. I'm the prosecutor for New Hampshire's Elder Abuse and Financial Exploitation Unit. The unit is responsible for prosecuting crimes committed against our elder population, that's individuals 60 years of age and older. I'm speaking today in opposition of House Bill 1039. I won't rehash what others have said in opposition, although I agree with much of it. What I will say is my perspective here in terms of a message that wants to be sent. Surely this bill is not mandatory if it passes. The court is not mandated to provide alternative sentencing. But as the members of this committee have said, and as the sponsor said, this sends a signal to judges asserting a preference for what this legislature wants to see happen. And so in that respect, I would ask the committee to think long and hard about that message, because I think there are glaring omissions from House Bill 1039, and that is consideration of financial crimes committed against elderly individuals, older adults in this state. Representative Bolden provided that this focuses on and allows for alternative sentencing of minor crimes. I would dispute that. Just because a crime is nonviolent does not mean it is a minor crime. I prosecute cases throughout this state and have done so for the last 6 years involving the theft by caregivers, by fiduciaries from their own dependents of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. These have devastating impacts on these individuals who would be considered dependents under this bill. And they are victims of these crimes. This bill does not contemplate when the dependent is a victim of a financial crime committed by the caregiver. And I think that is a glaring omission. And so in terms of a message that would be sent by passing this law, I think that is one glaring omission. The other thing I will say is that it is in direct contrast to other sentencing requirements in financial crimes. So the legislature has passed under 651(6) 1L an extended term of imprisonment for individuals who commit financial crimes, including theft and fraud, against elderly and disabled individuals. And so this would be in contrast to that. You would be suggesting that there should be alternative sentencing, or at least allowing for alternative sentencing, at the same time that you were saying that there should be an extended term of imprisonment for these individuals. So that's really it. I'm happy to take questions, but again, I'm not going to sit here and repeat what the coalition said or what Attorney Enders said.
Thank you. With regard to that, we heard it as well with as far as potentially returning victims to a home where they were abuser, and in this case, I'm assuming returning someone back to where they financially abused an elder. If the bill hypothetically had a trigger mechanism where someone could be stripped of the status or of caregiver in the case if they were to be returned to a victim. In other words, if the crime they're there for is victimizing someone who would give them caregiver status, would it not possibly be then to say, okay, you don't qualify for that status?
I think that would be helpful. I think that would be a start. Would it fix all the problems with the bill? It would not.
Yeah.
I think part of the bigger concern is carving out just nonviolent offenses. Again, Representative Bolden provided that this would be a narrow subset of the law. It's really not. It's dealing with a whole panoply of financial crimes out there, of which there are many. Identity fraud, financial exploitation, which includes within it, although not violent, undue influence, coercion, threats of violence, and things of that nature.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Saitek.
How many such instances of financial crimes do you think occur in the state per year?
In the state per year, I can just tell you that in terms of financial exploitation referrals, we get 35 a week. So we get upwards of just shy of 2,000 a year. Referrals are all of them valid. The counties handle a lot of them, but I can tell you just from the referrals that we get, it's approximately 35 a week.
Representative Seller.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. The bill provides that the judge may do these things, but not shall do these things. And would you agree that a well-trained, well-educated judge, which hopefully would be all of our judges, would take into consideration that putting the perpetrator of a crime back into the home of the person against whom they committed the crime would not be advisable and therefore would not use this as the appropriate follow-up?
Thank you for your question. I would hope so, absolutely. But I think making it express makes a lot of sense here. And in addition, again, if you are providing a message or sending an intention above and beyond what is already authorized as discretionary by the court, I would urge this committee to have within it that intent that specifically includes not placing a caregiver back in the same home where they have victimized a dependent.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who has not yet testified on this bill? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. We will be taking a 15-minute break and we'll return after that. I'm opening the public hearing on House Bill 1097 and invite the sponsor to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair, committee members, and guests. Today I'm here sponsoring a bill that allows single-party recording of conversations. This issue was brought to my attention by a constituent. After doing research and doing a deep dive into this issue, I see the importance of being here today and presenting this to the committee. Single-party recording is the practice of recording a conversation or an interaction without the consent or knowledge of the other party. This may sound unethical or illegal, but in fact it's perfectly legal in 36 states. Why would anybody want to record a conversation without another person's consent? Well, this may benefit reasons for doing so, and I will share them with you today. First of all, single-party recording can provide personal safety and protection against false accusations. Imagine you're in a situation where you are threatened, harassed, assaulted by someone. If you have a recording device with you, you can capture the evidence with the crime, use it to report to the authorities, and defend yourself in a court of law. This can also deter the perpetrator from harming you in the future if they know they can be recorded. An example would be in 2019, a woman in New York recorded her boss sexually harassing her at work. She used this recording as proof to file a lawsuit against him and the company. The recording was also exposed the toxic work environment and the culture that was involved in the company and the organization itself. Another benefit of single-party recording is that it can help journalists, activists, expose corruption, injustice, abuse, and power. Journalists and activists often face dangers and obstacles when they try to uncover the truth and inform the public. They may be denied access, intimidated, or attacked by those that are trying to silence them. By recording these interviews, meetings, and encounters with the sources and officials, they can protect themselves and other sources and also document the facts of their stories. An example of this was in the case of Mike Stanton, a former investigative reporter of Providence Journal. He did a hidden tape in an interview that he was doing with the son of Bob Moss. Stanton's recordings revealed that the mob boss was involved in racketeering, extortion, murder, and he had connections to corrupt politicians and law enforcement officials. Stanton's articles led to federal indictments, and several of his associates helped to influence this in the state of Rhode Island. Another benefit of single-party recording is this can enhance the technology landscape and enable innovation and creativity. With the advancement of technology, recording devices have become more affordable and versatile for people to use. You can record on your smartphone, your smartwatch, your laptop, etc. You can also use various apps to record conversations. This opens up new possibilities for personal and professional protections for the individual. Finally, single-party recording can promote transparency, accountability in society. By recording your interactions with others, you can ensure that you and the other party are honest, respectful, and responsible. You can also avoid misunderstandings, conflicts, or disputes that may arise from miscommunication or misinterpretation. You can also use your recordings to support claims, arguments, opinions that challenge and verify the claims, arguments, and opinions of others. For example, you can record transactions with businesses when contracts are written, when warranties are agreed to, and any other issues that would evolve around that. You can also record conversations with public officials, such as politicians, bureaucrats, law enforcement, and use these recordings to hold them accountable to their word and their promises. As you can see, single-party recording has many benefits and advantages for individuals in society. It is allowed in 36 states currently. It can provide personal safety, protection, and empowerment, and it can allow journalists and activists to expose truth in the public, enhance technological landscape, and promote transparency and accountability. Thank you for your time this morning. If anyone has any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Representative Selig.
Do you have any, thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Do you have any concern about the potential unintended consequences, like someone using single-party recordings for the purposes of malicious intent to harm the other party?
Thank you for your question. It is allowed currently in 36 states. It is working. So I would say there's always potential for that, but I would think the advantages outweigh.
Representative, unlike the other 36 states, we just passed a constitutional amendment in New Hampshire, whereby the citizens of New Hampshire express their interest in privacy. How do you think your bill squares with that recent amendment?
I would think that if you're an honest person, it wouldn't affect it at all. If you're not afraid of what you say, if you keep to your word, then it wouldn't affect it at all.
Thank you. Further questions? Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Appreciate it.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bissonnette from the ACLU.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gilles Bissonnette on behalf of the ACLU of New Hampshire. I'm the legal director there. I do have written testimony, though. I am going to make some adjustments to it and send it to the committee probably later today or Monday, just to reflect some of the comments that have been made by the sponsor and the intent behind the sponsor. But this is a bill that we do oppose. We oppose on privacy grounds. Listen, we think it's important to maintain semblance of privacy, particularly where there are reasonable expectations of privacy in own homes, hotel rooms, et cetera. And so I think that's a vitally important protection that we have, not only in our current wiretapping statute, but as the chairman mentioned, we have constitutional protections now with respect to informational privacy. So I think this is really like a strong New Hampshire value. It is true that New Hampshire is in the minority of states that require two-party consent, but I think it is in the minority of states because it reflects that unique privacy policy importance that we all have as a state. And the ACLU shares that view and supports that view with respect to privacy, and thinks to that extent our wiretapping statute should not change. I do want to get in just the text of the bill very briefly. I had a spirited discussion with the Attorney General's office and back. I think we're both kind of confused about some of the text of the bill, I myself included. When you look at just the language, I know that it seems like the intent behind the bill is to kind of have one-party consent throughout. But there is reasonable expectation of privacy language in here baked into the statute. So it seems like it still would be a crime if there's one-party consent where the person being recorded had an expectation, a reasonable expectation of privacy. That's how I read it. And I actually want to be clear that I think that's actually already in the law. So it is true that we're a two-party consent state, but there is an exception to two-party consent. And that's when the person being recorded does not have a reasonable expectation of privacy. And I give you like a really good example of that, and it came up in a case about 10 years ago. It was an individual recording a police officer in Ware as that officer was performing his duties out in public. And of course, the officer had not consented to that. But the district court concluded there that doesn't violate the wiretap statute, because when you look at Section 1 of the wiretap statute, which defines oral communication, there is language that says an oral communication that's covered under the statute is one where there's a reasonable expectation that the communication is not subject to interception under circumstances justifying the exception. I think that's legalese to say reasonable expectation of privacy. So I want to be very clear that we already have baked into the statute protections that allow for recording where we want government accountability, right? Where we want to be able to record public officials, where they're performing their work in public, where there's no reasonable expectation of privacy. There isn't a need there for two-party consent. So I think in New Hampshire, actually, although we are in the minority of states, our current law does a very good job of balancing privacy rights, but also with the need to, in certain circumstances, record when there's no expectation of privacy, including government officials. So I think for those reasons, we don't support the bill. It either already does what the sponsors want, or it goes even further, depending how you read it, to ban outright or to mandate in all circumstances one-party consent, which we would have serious concerns with. Thank you.
Any questions? Representative Sitek.
Mr. Bissonnette, what about my privacy right? Why can't I have something the size of a pack of cigarettes in my shirt pocket to record my day for whatever purpose I want?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be a good argument if that wasn't also impacting other individuals' rights, right? And I think it would. If that individual being recorded has no understanding or has an expectation of privacy, I think that person's rights would be impacted by it. And I think what a current law is trying to do are balance those two things. If that person that you're recording as you're going about your day doesn't have an expectation of privacy, maybe depending on where you are, you could be out in a public place where other people could hear you, the wiretap statute wouldn't apply. So I think it really depends on the circumstance because the circumstances matter.
No further questions. Thank you for your
Thank you for
testimony.
the accommodation, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Chair calls Richard Belinsky.
Good morning. Just to be upfront, because that's how I am, I'm actually the one that asked Ron Dunn to bring this forward. I'm the constituent. The reason I wanted to bring this forward, and you can put amendments in it if you want to narrow it down a little more, is I've been involved with town of Londonderry for a long time. I live there. I've been there 38 years, been in New Hampshire going on 55. I'm 63 years old. And I've had many conversations with town managers, former town managers, over what's going on in the town, stuff that affects the people of the town. I was also the town treasurer for 3 years, back in the early 2000s. And what they'll tell you in private is totally different than what they'll admit to at a public council meeting. And that's an issue. It's, there's money issues involved. There's just a lot of issues where they'll deny they even had the conversation with you. I've followed the law and not recorded those. If you say, a couple times I said, I want to record this, and well, we're not having this conversation. If it was narrowed down to elected public officials or dealing with a company, I recently had an instance before this, after this was put in, I had to have a refrigerator repair done on my refrigerator. They come in, they diagnosed it, $1,300. It didn't fix it. They did the same thing over again, didn't fix it. They finally said, we don't want to do this anymore. We're going to give you your money back. Now they're saying they're not going to do anything. They haven't given me my money back. I could have recorded that. They said, we didn't say that. Yeah, you did. My wife heard it. I heard it. That's the type of stuff I'm looking at. I understand the privacy within your home. But, the good can outweigh the bad on this, in my opinion. 35 states plus the District of Columbia don't have a problem with it. Their worlds haven't ended. You can go to Justia. They have the requirements within those states. Maybe it's something to look at, and we have to implement some of their requirements. Some may be good, some may be bad. Somewhere people have to be accountable for not telling the truth. That's my whole thing about this. Could it hurt in some ways? Yeah, I guess it could. But does the good outweigh the bad? I think it can. I don't think you'll actually have to end up recording a lot of times, because just the fact that people know you can now do it, they may say, I better tell the truth, or they just won't have the conversation with you at all. You have to look at what goes on in our town. It happens all the time. And every time I try to bring it up in public so the public knows, oh, we never had that conversation. What are you talking about? You weren't in my office. This is the type of stuff I'm trying to avoid. So, yeah, people may not like it, but if you don't lie and you tell the truth, it's not going to be an issue. I always tell the truth. At least I believe I'm always telling the truth. Maybe, I'm misinformed on something. I wouldn't say anything here I wouldn't say in public or in a council meeting. I've been thrown out of council meetings for telling the truth, and then they look at the law that I gave them. Councilor Dunn can testify to that, and they say, oh yeah, he was right. Where does it stop? And I know you're elected officials, and I'm sorry to put it this way, when do we get our rights protected from people who are put to represent us who are not telling the truth? They say one thing behind closed doors, and then in public they say, nope, never happened. I think I don't want to use the word threat, just the idea that they could be recorded, maybe that will stop. Maybe the committee takes, I can leave this one copy, and it's online, and has all the states that are in for, and how they go about it. Do you need to change the wording as the ACLU? Yeah, probably. I can agree with that. I don't care how it's worded. That's up to you people. You have to give the common citizen some more protection in certain stuff. If you want to say you can't do it in somebody's home, that's fine. I'm fine with that. But if it's a company that you're dealing business with and they're lying to you, or an official, we should be protected. Maybe we put some restrictions in it as to what you can use it for. You know, he says there's some built in there already, you know, the reasonable, you know, what he was talking about, you know. Does the average citizen going to take that to court on their dime? Where if it could just be recorded, they don't have to take somebody to court? That's what these towns depend on. There's been many times I've brought stuff up, and the town council or the town manager will say, well, then take us to court. You know, that's easy for you to say. You're using the taxpayers' money. They just did it to the publisher of the Londonderry Times, and they lost. It cost the town $15,000. It was so outrageous, the judge made them pay her fees too. This has to stop. That's what they do. They count on you not having the money to take them to court when they could just answer the questions. I mean, I could go through a lot of examples when the town, but you know, you don't have the time for that. So that's why I brought it forward. If it needs to be amended, adjusted, I'm fine with that. But there has to be some protection for people, for the average citizen. That's why you're elected. 70.5% of the states, including the District of Columbia, that's how you get the 36. That's a 70.5% approval. If you guys won your elections by 70.5%, you'd be thrilled, you know? So that's all I have to say on it.
Could you give that document to the representative on the
Yes.
end, please?
Yep.
I'd appreciate it. Any questions for the gentleman? No questions. Thank you for your time. The chair recognizes Attorney Stephen Enders.
Good morning, Stephen Enders. I'm an assistant county attorney with the Merrimack County Attorney's Office. I don't know if I support this or oppose it. I do think that the wiretap statute is a statute that's sort of ripe for amendment. And where we see this in my life is whenever someone is about to start a lawsuit or is going to be the victim of a crime or that type of thing, we always tell them to document everything. And really the best way to document something is to record it. And everyone now has a cell phone in their pocket and has the ability to audio and video record what's going on. So we'll end up having domestic violence cases where the victim of domestic violence will record what happened. And it leaves no doubt what was said. It leaves no doubt what occurred. The difficulty is that if that recording was made surreptitiously or secretly, it has the potential to run afoul of the current wiretap statute. We've certainly had cases where we've had neighbor disputes where the police tell them, just film what's going on, and that way we'll know exactly what's going on if this ends up in court. And certainly we had a neighbor that did exactly that, filmed himself actually getting assaulted by his neighbor. And the court said, unfortunately, under the wiretap statute, I have to keep that out of evidence because that was illegally obtained, that recording. So that's sort of the point of view we come from, is it would be nice to allow victims of crime or people in situations where they're going to end up in court to be able to record what's going on so that we know exactly what was said and exactly what happened. And the difficulty is, again, the wiretap statute sometimes is implicated by that. I'm the one that had the conversation with Attorney Bissonnette during the break, and we're not really sure what the consequences of this statute would be. As I read it, paragraph 1 is the current state of the law. The current law doesn't use the term expectation of privacy. It uses the term having a reasonable expectation that the conversation is not subject to interception. I would recommend that the language mirror what's currently in the statute, because I think expectation of privacy could be different than an expectation that something is not subject to interception. Paragraph 1A and paragraph 1, the only difference I see between them is the mental state, where it would be a felony if you willfully intercepted and a misdemeanor if you knowingly intercepted. I don't know how you would knowingly intercept something without willfully intercepting it. So I think you'd almost always end up in that paragraph 1 felony. And then paragraph 1B, as I interpret that paragraph, and Attorney Bissonnette and I may disagree on this, if one party is aware that the recording is being made, then it is not illegal to make the recording. So as long as one person there knows it's being recorded, then it wouldn't be illegal. That would certainly solve those domestic violence victim problems, would solve the neighborhood dispute problems. But as you heard, there's certainly unintended consequences with that regarding people's personal privacy. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
How does the current state of the law impact things like the Ring video doorbell that records people without their permission, ostensibly?
So again, the definition of oral communication in the current statute indicates that it's a communication that you have a reasonable expectation it's not subject to interception under circumstances justifying that exception. I would say in today's world, you're being intercepted almost constantly. I know that I have an iPhone. If I yell out, "Hey Siri," I think everyone's iPhone beeps because my iPhone is constantly intercepting what I'm saying, waiting to be sort of woken up. It's my position that if you're standing on someone's front porch, you don't have an expectation that you're not being subject to intercept there, because there's Ring cameras everywhere. You could certainly make the argument that I had no idea standing on someone's porch I was being intercepted, but I don't know that that would necessarily fly in today's society.
Thank you. Further questions? Oh, Representative Sitek?
Does interception mean recording?
No.
What does interception mean?
Interception means the oral or other acquisition of or the recording of the contents of any telecommunication or oral communication through the use of any electronic, mechanical, or other device. So, as I read that definition, my phone, the oral interception, my phone is constantly listening to what I'm saying, waiting for me to say certain keywords to sort of wake it up. So I think my phone, even though it's not recording everything I'm saying, is intercepting everything I'm saying. So while interception includes recording, it's not limited to recording.
So interception is broader than recording.
Absolutely.
I once heard this said, is this true, that I could have a secret camera watching as long as it's not recording audio? Is that true?
Under the wiretap statute, that would be accurate. The wiretap statute only deals with audio, not video.
Representative Stone.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. When I look at this statute, it reminds me of an older time when there was the business of doing one-party consents to get wire interceptions or UC operations. And it was explicit that you'd get the permission to do those through the Attorney General's office on most offenses. I look at this as more of a statute for government than for actual individuals, even though actual individuals could apply. And throughout history, as you know and may have mentioned, we've evolved into a different time. So would you, in your opinion, feel that this statute might need to be revisited at some point to refresh it to where we are today?
Absolutely. The wiretap statute in New Hampshire was initially adopted, I want to say in 1969, and that was part of it. The New Hampshire wiretap statute is essentially copied directly from the federal, I think it's the Omnibus Crime Bill of 1969 is part 3 of that. And when you think about the technology in 1969, the wiretap statute's really concerned with essentially like putting alligator clips on someone's, phone lines and somehow listening into those conversations. It talks about switchboard operators. It talks about a number of things. Technology obviously has changed since then. And when I look at, I had a conversation with another attorney in my office about whether or not hearing aids that actually enhance your hearing beyond normal level would constitute a violation of the wiretap statute. I think technically under the current law they may, but I certainly think it's worth revisiting the wiretap statute, especially in light of all the technology that currently exists.
Thank you.
How many prosecutions do you see per year, roughly, if any, for violations of the wiretap statute?
Hardly any. It's very uncommon for us to prosecute someone for violating the wiretap statute. Where we see it come up most, again, is on the victim or witness side of things, where we've had a victim or witness surreptitiously recording it. We have no interest in charging this person, but it presents an obstacle to getting that information in front of the court.
Does the court always disallow it, or will they allow the video portion and not the audio?
So there's different judges have interpreted the statute differently. There's a provision within the current wiretap statute in 570A, which prohibits use of the intercepted communication in court if it would be illegal to distribute it. Under the current wiretap statute, and I hope I can explain this, there's a felony level wiretap where if nobody has permission to, if no one knows it's being recorded, it's a felony. If one person in the communication knows it's being recorded, then it ends up being a misdemeanor. So under the felony, if you're secretly recording a conversation between two people and neither one of them are aware, you're committing a felony. Also under the felony statute, if you use that conversation, or I don't know the exact word that's used in the statute, but essentially if you use that conversation, distribute that conversation, it's an additional felony. So it's a felony to make it, and then it's another felony to use it. Under the misdemeanor section of the statute, again, if two people are talking and one person knows they're being recorded, we're in the misdemeanor section of the statute. It's a misdemeanor to make the recording, but there's no additional crime to use the recording or distribute the recording. The way the exceptions to the statutes, the prohibition on using it says, if it were illegal to distribute it, it can't be used in court. Some judges have interpreted that to mean only that felony level intercept. So if one person knew about it, you could still use it in court. Some judges have interpreted it more broadly to mean any wiretap you can't use in court. And we've seen other judges, as you've said, indicate, I'll show the video portion, but take the audio portion out of it.
So no cases made it to the Supreme Court?
No.
Okay. All right. Representative Selig.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I have a similar question to what I asked the sponsor of the bill, which is, do you see potential for unintended consequences, especially in the case of perhaps a domestic abuser who might use something like this to force someone to record something without their knowledge, or might abuse something in that way?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's potential unintended consequences of allowing people to record essentially everything that's going on around them.
Thank you. Do you see some sort of language that could go into an amendment that would help prevent that type of unintended consequence?
Potentially, I think listening to the sponsor and the individual before me who spoke about this bill, their intent is essentially to keep businesses, politicians, that type of thing on the up and up. My concern is really people documenting crimes, whether they be the victim or a witness to a crime. So I think that you could certainly write an amendment to the wiretap statute that would allow for people to document what they reasonably believe is a crime, to either provide that material to the police or a court or that type of thing. I think that would address some of my concerns. I don't know that that would address the concerns of the bill's sponsor, essentially to keep businesses or politicians on the up and up. And that, I'm sure you could try and craft another amendment that would allow, you know, the recording of public officials or the recording of people during official business.
Representative Stone.
Thank you. And once again, thank you for taking my question. I know we've seen and heard of a lot of anybody recording under, I believe it's the auditors, the freedom auditors that go around videotaping your local town office, your courthouses, that kind of thing. Wouldn't they actually be already covered if it's in public?
Absolutely. And I know that the individuals that I've run into are open in notoriously recording you, and open in notoriously recording someone does not run afoul of the wiretap statute.
Thank you.
Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. I'm wondering, you know, especially when you're recording things, what you said was, you know, it's the best way to document what somebody says. My question, and I'm going to put it in the context of another bill that we had, just as an example, around what we essentially called it shorthand is fighting words. And the way that would be a provocation. So if you started recording after, just using that example because it's fresh on our minds, if you started recording after that kind of instigating point, are those kind of things, you know, if something like this were implemented, would that be taken into consideration of how it might have been not the whole story?
Yeah. Again, under current law, if you were sort of secretly recording the fighting words, it would be a misdemeanor because it would be that one party knows, one party doesn't know. Under this bill, as I read it, it wouldn't be a crime because one party knows. And as long as one party knows, it no longer fits into the wiretap statute.
Thank you. I think I should have said it a little more clear. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I follow up? Okay. Is that, you know, would the point at which it was started be taken into consideration if this were used as evidence against someone? Would the idea that I just wonder about it being
not the whole story.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. It's certainly, I think that a court has the ability to limit evidence coming in if it has the potential to mislead in the sense that it's not telling the whole story.
Is, in your opinion, is there not potential for provocation off tape and then result on tape? For example, in the cases of spouses, divorce proceedings, someone saying, you know what, you're this, record, now you get the results back.
Yes. No, I think that's absolutely a potential. And as we were saying, I think that comes into, you know, the court being able to limit what they're looking at. But we have certainly had cases where I know I'm aware of at least one case where we had a person who I would consider the abusive partner, who is holding his phone going, I'm afraid of you, stop hitting me, like, you know, and trying to record that to make it seem as though he's the one who's actually in peril when he was not.
Representative Sitek.
Would you give an example of a felony interception? Because you said if no party is aware of it, and I
Yes.
understand that.
So if I had, say, for example, there's a conference room in this building where you guys, you know, have private conversations. And I sneak into that conference room and I put my phone in there and I put my phone on record and I put it under my, you know, a jacket or a hat and I leave. And I know that you're about to step into that conference room and have a private conversation with someone. And you then go in that conference room, you have a conversation, you leave. I go back in afterwards and retrieve my phone. That would be an example of a felony violation of the wiretap statute.
There being no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who hasn't testified? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. And we will now open the public hearing on House Bill 1217, and I invite the prime sponsor to introduce the bill. 1217. Oh, this is for the committee. Well, before we get started on the previous bill 1039, I'm making a subcommittee. On the subcommittee will be Representatives Mannion, Bolden, Murphy, and Tenzar. On the last bill we just heard reference to wiretap, I'm making a subcommittee. Representative Stone, Salig, Newell, and Janvrin. For Representative Mannion and Representative Salig, please, within 2 weeks, if we could. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Barry Faulkner. I represent Swansea and Richmond. We have 4 covered bridges in Swansea, and the town next to us has 2 more, all of which carry traffic. This bill is an attempt to help preserve those historic covered bridges. I know other people are going to be talking about the value of these bridges to the state. We can talk a little bit about what the bill does. As you might know, right now we prohibit towns and the state from general video recording of traffic. There are a few exceptions made, such as toll barriers, where it's required for security purposes, etc. And we're proposing to add one more exception, which is to monitor historic covered bridges for the purpose of identifying the cause of damage to those bridges, and have safeguard in here that would be the only purpose they could be collected for, and any recording not needed for that purpose would be erased on a regular basis. I can tell you that I live about a quarter mile from one of the bridges I think is probably the bridge that handles the most regular traffic, at least among the one-lane historic bridges in the state. It gets banged up regularly. I think there are 3 separate incidents of damage to the bridge since last summer. It's a burden on the town to repair those. It detracts from the attractiveness. I know we have tourists come up every day to take pictures of the bridge. We have busloads of people come up, especially in the bridge in the fall to see our bridges. I mean, it's an important resource. I find it disturbing to see the degree of damage. I mean, a lot of it is cosmetic, but it's nonetheless an issue that we all should be concerned about, even if we don't have a bridge in our town. So I tried to have this carefully crafted so that it would respect the privacy rights of those who drive the bridge and don't cause damage, or who stop and report the damage, so that the bills can be sent to the right place. But I think it's something that's important to do to kind of prevent this sort of ongoing damage. I mean, it's frequent in my town anyway. Ready to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Is most of the damage vandalism, or is it from vehicles
No, I
bumping
mean,
the bridge?
from my personal observation, and I know that town administrator from Swansea is here, but he may be able to give you a little more comprehensive. But from my observation, it is vehicle strikes. Either trucks that are too tall and they take out some of the fascia or siding at the top, or somebody pulling a trailer and they pull too close to the edge and clip off a corner. Again, what you can see is sort of the cosmetic. I mean, these boards here that kind of get ripped off easily and get replaced fairly easily. I think we want to have a disincentive for people to drive over bridges with vehicles that aren't suitable. A lot of these bridges are limited by weight, certainly by height, and every time you have an overweight vehicle go over the bridge, there's some unseen damage too. So to the extent that we can create a disincentive to people to kind of try to sneak across because nobody's going to see, or if they accidentally hit the bridge and then figured nobody's looking, so I'm taking off. I think that the disincentive effect of this would be valuable on its own.
Representative Mannion.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Is it not true that under that statute, there's already a provision to allow that for certain bridges that are named? Not wooden bridges, but certain list of bridges?
Right, there are a number of listed exceptions. So this would apply to, there are 58 bridges in the state, covered bridges in the state, about 40 of which regularly carry traffic. So, again, it would be up to the municipality or the state, whoever is responsible for the bridge, whether they want to monitor it or not. But it would include that whole group of bridges in the exception.
Okay, so you're looking to expand it to these historic bridges?
Historic covered bridges,
Yes,
right?
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Representative Jennifer Rhodes. I represent Cheshire County District 17, which is Winchester, Richmond, Swansea, Troy, and Fitzwilliam. I do share the towns of Swansea and Richmond with the representative that just presented this bill. And I pretty much agree with everything he said. The one thing I did see as of about 15 minutes ago, just double checking to make sure that I wasn't incorrect, is my understanding that the state of New Hampshire has 70 covered bridges with which 58 of those have an actual state ID number. There are a total of 6 covered bridges in the 2 towns that I represent. And because these bridges are historic tourist attractions, the towns go to great lengths to make sure that these bridges are held at a standard a little bit above the norm. When there's damage done to these bridges, the state doesn't take responsibility to fix that damage. The towns are responsible for that, and it's thousands of dollars per incident. Unfortunately, because the state doesn't help, if there is a bridge that is closed for any period of time, that greatly affects the commerce in that town overall with the entire state. I would ask that the committee please support this bill, especially because the people from my town are here, and that would be great. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Seeing no questions, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair calls Representative Margaret Dry.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. For the record, I'm Representative Margaret Dry, serving Sullivan District 7. Includes the towns of Newport, Unity, Charlestown, Plainfield, and Cornish, the home of the iconic Cornish-Windsor covered bridge over the Connecticut River. This bill is a companion to my bill, House Bill 1457, that raises the amount charged for damages to wooden covered bridges. This is a necessary bill, this one here, because a good number of incidents that cause damage to covered bridges are hit and run. Extensive police time has to be devoted to tracking down the vehicle, and many times it is never found. Yet the damage that's done to the bridge still has to be repaired. In a small town like Cornish, this is a costly process, both in terms of police time and bridge repair. The requirements set forth in this bill are as careful as possible about privacy. The use is restricted to one purpose. The time the video is kept is the time needed to determine if it will be necessary to pursue charges, and unneeded videos are erased within 7 days. This morning I got a message from the Cornish Police Chief that I'd like to read to you. I am Doug Hackett, the Chief of Police for the town of Cornish, where I've been employed since 1988. I stand in support of HB 1217. The Cornish Police Department routinely responds to one of its 4 covered bridges to take reports of past tense damage to the bridge. Each time the officer arrives to find shattered wood, small pieces of cars, and routinely no drivers or vehicles around. It becomes very frustrating to see our historic bridges routinely damaged by oversized vehicles, and the drivers get away with it, leaving the cost of the repairs in the taxpayers' hands. I'm a strong advocate for placing cameras on the bridges. In the case of the Cornish-Windsor historic covered bridge, damage is routinely called in a timely fashion. But some of the smaller bridges may result in a notification a day or two later. With that in mind, I would not encourage short retention spans for the data. I would think ensuring that we had at least 15 to 30 days of data would be imperative. Please join me in supporting HB 1217 and showing support for protection of our historic covered bridges. I don't have any problem with extending the time period or with keeping the bill as written. And I am asking you to please help protect our historic icons and support this bill. And I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank
The chair calls Michael Branley.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Michael Branley. I am the town administrator in the town of Swansea. As has been mentioned, Swansea has several covered bridges. A historic bridge is on our town seal and letterhead. The message on our website has at times said Swansea Bridging Tradition and Change. Historically, when the Slate Bridge was the victim of arson and burned down in the 1990s, voters of the town funded a new kind of reproduction covered bridge that looked like the old one. And in 2022, this town spent nearly $60,000 to paint the exterior of the Thompson covered bridge. So needless to say, covered bridges are important to Swansea's history, identity, and sense of community. We take their preservation seriously. Many covered bridges in New Hampshire are on scenic back roads and see low levels of traffic other than local traffic and tourists taking scenic pictures in the fall. I expect most of these bridges largely fare okay and do not receive much damage from traffic. Local traffic knows best what vehicles belong on them, and 3 of Swansea's covered bridges meet this description and don't have serious issues. But our exception is the Crescent Bridge, which Representative Faulkner mentioned. It's on Sawyer's Crossing Road, which is an unnumbered state highway and one of the few primary routes from Swansea to the city of Keene. The Crescent Bridge handles thousands of vehicles per day, most of which are cars, pickup trucks, SUVs. They yield to traffic on the bridge and cross one at a time. Unfortunately, all too common are box trucks, recreational vehicles, commercial vehicles, and other vehicles that are too heavy or too tall to safely cross the bridge. We know how most of them get there. They're following a GPS. They disregard the warning signs, or they're just plain not paying attention. Some of them, I'm sure, are oblivious of the impending obstacle until they hit the bridge. Others are observed kind of stopping before, seeming to calculate whether they're going to make it or not, and then they go for it. Some of them make it through unscathed, and some of them do not. It's the ones who make it through and damage the bridge but are able to continue that this legislation would help address, so communities could identify and hold them accountable. As also been mentioned, so far Swansea has been relatively fortunate, and most of our damage has been superficial and not structural, but other towns have not been so lucky and have seen their covered bridges receive significant damage that forced their closure for long-term instances. Even relatively minor damage requires the bridge to be closed to traffic for repairs, and when an insurance company is not involved, the town's not going to incur the expense of hiring a contractor. So we use it with DPW staff, which is already overtaxed and takes away from their other duties. If this legislation is approved, word would get out that cameras are monitoring the bridges when they get damaged, and I'm confident that the damage to covered bridges throughout the state would be reduced. As has been mentioned, the statute already outlines some exemptions for the blanket inability of towns to surveil on public roads. I do agree with the sentiment behind the statute that do not think that cameras should be common on public roads, but I feel that historic covered bridges should be exempted so New Hampshire can preserve them for the generations to come.
Representative Jambrin.
Thank you. Something you said in your statement kind of clicked with me, and I have to ask this question. I'm so sorry, it's pressing. You said if this law is passed, it would notify everybody that that we're surveilling the bridges for damage. What are your thoughts on requiring a sign 100 feet down the road from the bridge saying video recording in progress?
I would have no issue with that.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
I also have testimony from a resident that I'd like to.
Sure, pass it down to the thing. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify on this bill who hasn't testified on this bill yet? Seeing no one, I hereby close the public hearing. Here's my list of bills. What the hell? I hereby open the public hearing on House Bill 1260 and invite the sponsor to introduce the bill.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Representative Jennifer Rhodes. I represent Winchester, Richmond, Swansea, Troy, and Fitzwilliam, still District 17. I am in front of you this morning to present legislation that will hopefully fix RSA 6449 from being used as a loophole in prosecution of perpetrators that knowingly and willingly violate a minor's privacy, only being charged with a misdemeanor crime instead of a felony offense that we would see in any other child protection law. Because RSA 6449 does not take the age of a victim into account, when a person violates a child's privacy in their own home, in a bathroom, a locker room, or any other place that any reasonable person would consider to be private, that results in that person that secretly recorded a child only being charged with a misdemeanor consequence. It would be the same consequence as if a person secretly recorded a person in their kitchen instead of a child taking a shower. Sadly, this is happening in the state of New Hampshire, and it has happened more than once. It is very unfortunate that you will hear this afternoon from a mother that is living this terrorizing account every single day. Crimes against children are considered more heinous due to the vulnerability of the victim and the long-lasting impact such offenses can have, and most often on the child's physical and emotional well-being. We need to recognize that sexual exploitation of a minor is adequately addressed in the law and place a higher moral value on protecting those who are defenseless and unable to comprehend that their vulnerability is being targeted. We have already addressed violations of privacy, and we have addressed child pornography. Please let us make this the year that we pass House Bill 1260 and make it clear that New Hampshire will not tolerate nor condone this behavior, and close the loophole by adequately addressing the seriousness of the offense as the disturbing sex crime that this is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. It seems to me you've been working on this issue for years. Is this the first bill that we've seen on this, or I recall us working on this previous years?
I don't know how far back you're meaning. This is my second term. I do know that we addressed the privacy law, which we passed. And unfortunately, I think what has happened is this has been an unintended consequence of not addressing the age of the minor. So instead of this being charged as child pornography, which is what everybody thought when this first came up, every single person I talked to about co-sponsoring, along with myself, the first thing was, isn't that child pornography? But because it was secretly recorded, it was not considered to be child pornography. Because it was not shared, it was not considered to be the sex crime that it is. So unfortunately, the way that the information was gathered is the way it had to be prosecuted. And obviously, Attorney Enders is here and he can explain how this law has been affected and been used as a loophole. I certainly am not the one to explain that in depth.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you for your Representative Muse.
So basically, this bill is an enhanced penalty if the victim is a child.
Yes, you could say that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair calls Jay Larson. That's Jay Larson, right?
Rookie mistake. Thank you for taking my testimony. I am here just on behalf of myself and the community of children around the state of New Hampshire that have voices that are not being heard. This bill addresses the fact that a minor can be unwillingly videotaped in the privacy of their own home, and their perpetrator is now charged with a misdemeanor. The message that this sends to our children is, yeah, you're important, but not that important. It's a slap on the wrist. It's something that, you know, a misdemeanor is something that basically says you did something wrong, but not that wrong. And so I think for the psychological health and well-being of these children who are having to go through this process to realize that perhaps a very trusted person within their inner circle, within their family, has violated their most fundamental personal right to privacy, you know, whether it's in a restroom, you know, when they're taking a shower. To say that this is a misdemeanor, that it's just, you know, well, we're going to give you a smack on the wrist and send you on your way. You're not listed as a sex offender. You are in no way protecting children moving forward from being subjected to this person's bad behavior. And so I think in support of this current bill, it really takes it to a level of seriousness that says to the public, if you're a victim, we care about you. If you're a victim, we're going to support you, and we're going to have something of a penalty that represents the severity of what has happened to you. And I think for perpetrators, it says you can't get away with utilizing technology to your advantage to these unwitting children. I think part of the problem is our laws haven't kept up with our technology. You know, we have so many ways of doing horrible things to people photographically, you know, through video, through taping, to invade our privacy. And I think that this bill at least protects the children who are at the you know, have the least ability to be aware of their environment, to be looking, you know, for, is there a red flashing light that's watching me, following me? You know, so if you know, we have to address this on a different level for adults, you know, so be it, but at least for the children's sake, I think that this bill is incredibly important, sends a strong message that you matter, your safety, your innocence, they matter. So with that, I don't know that I can answer any questions, but I'd be happy to.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Chair calls Pamela Kylie.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Again, my name is Pamela Kylig, and I'm the Public Policy Specialist for the Coalition, who represents our 12 community-based crisis centers and survivors in the state. I'm here in support of HB 1260 today, legislation that seeks to address a dangerous loophole in the violation of privacy statute. Most people in New Hampshire believe that a person who surreptitiously videotapes or uses a cell phone to record someone in a public bathroom would be charged with a felony. if you open a web page to Google and enter into a search bar the terms video recording in public bathroom, you will probably see a very comfortable amount of videos where people committed crimes of violation of privacy in New Hampshire. However, because of our statutory framework, these people who may have captured hundreds of children in bathrooms can only be charged with a misdemeanor if law enforcement and prosecutors cannot prove distribution. I just kind of want to walk through a couple of scenarios. I know it was touched on a little bit in the introduction of this bill, and we had a pretty lengthy conversation about wiretapping, which is one of the examples that I'm going to address today. I just wanted to take a moment to walk through kind of where filming a naked child is a felony in New Hampshire. So if it's distributed, if there is sound like the wiretapping statute, and if the child is engaged in sexually explicit conduct. However, what this bill is addressing is the situation that is not accounted for, where a perpetrator films the child, does not distribute the video, has no recorded sound, and the child is not touching themselves sexually. This scenario is only a misdemeanor for the first offense. This means that people can secretly record children and face very little consequence. This scenario is real, and you've heard this morning, happens more than I think we would like to realize in New Hampshire. And many families are often horrified that the crimes committed against their children has such a little consequence. So we really ask the committee to urgently address this loophole today. Again, as mentioned, this is addressing a small part of RSA 644-9, the violations of privacy statute, and just making a very explicit carve out for those under the age of 18. We know that violations of privacy are not just about peeping into a window. It's recognizing that these crimes can have lasting impacts on the emotional and physical well-being of a victim, especially children. And just in conclusion, privacy violations are not victimless crimes, and offenders who commit these acts have often impacted countless victims, families, and communities. These crimes do not just violate a child's privacy, but their sense of safety and security within their own home and beyond. So I would just ask you all to please consider supporting this bill and help end this form of child exploitation in our state. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Sitek.
You said that in your testimony that distribution may be hard to prove, but if you got it on the internet, isn't that distribution?
So, yeah, and I know that there are a couple of folks that can speak more specifically to the nuances of the law, and I'll be passing around a chart that kind of very carefully articulates kind of how this bill has an inadvertent loophole that I don't think anyone intended to have in this in the statute. So in violations of privacy, in the situation that we were trying to describe, someone took a video someone could take a video in a bathroom or another private space of a child who is not wearing clothes, who is not doing anything sexually explicit, but it is for sexual gratification. The violations of privacy statute is trying to address those situations. And so someone can have this video and not distribute it, and it's just a misdemeanor. So it can't be charged under any other statute in the law. I hope that clarified things and not muddled things.
Seeing no further questions, thank you. The chair calls Anna Martin.
I'm going to read Anna's testimony on behalf of her today, if that's okay. Good morning, Chairman Roy and members of the committee. My name is Anna Martin. I'm here to speak in support of HB 1260. This bill is extremely important to me. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The unthinkable happened to my daughter. A man that we both trusted had been filming her, a child in our family bathroom, capturing every part of her body. This went on for years without either of us knowing, until she caught him and bravely came forward. I was devastated to learn what had happened and outraged when I found out that the punishment for this crime of secretly recording a child in a bathroom was a misdemeanor. I continue to be so upset at what happened, and the lack of accountability has made the whole situation even worse. It is absolutely disturbing that such a sickening crime would only be a Class A misdemeanor in the state of New Hampshire, with no requirement to register as a sex offender. While very little justice was served for my daughter, I want to see that anyone else out there gets more justice than we had, and that individuals who sexually exploit minors get the punishment they deserve. I've been working with the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence to introduce legislation that would increase the penalty to a felony charge for the invasion of privacy. The innocence of a child should be protected at all costs. I didn't know there was a monster living under my roof for years. This whole ordeal has been extremely horrifying. Due to the inadequacy of the current law, the man who sexually exploited my daughter only served 2 months out of 2 years in jail. What other means are out there to prevent him from doing this again to someone else's child? When our children come forward and ask for help, we must believe them. We also have an obligation to protect them against this type of abuse. How am I supposed to adequately protect my daughter when there is not an adequate system in place to properly hold the perpetrator accountable? While this legislation can't undo the harm that was caused to my family, it can help ensure moving forward, people who abuse children in New Hampshire are held responsible. I urge you to support this bill and to make sure children everywhere, like my daughter, are not taken advantage of.
Thank you for your testimony this morning. There'll be no questions. The chair calls Lieutenant Tamara Hester.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Tamara Hester. I am a lieutenant with the New Hampshire State Police. I'm currently the commander of the Special Investigations Unit, where we work closely with the New Hampshire Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. We are an affiliate member where we primarily investigate the exploitation of children based on NCMEC cyber tips, as well as reports that come in from individuals such as Mrs. Martin, who just testified. So current New Hampshire state law has the same penalty across the board, regardless of age of the victim under 644-9. With this proposed addition, it will further protect minors who are being violated and exploited. This type of crime can occur anywhere and by both strangers and individuals known to the victim. Many times this happens with in-home offenders. The material is often being retained for sexual gratification and therefore constantly re-victimizing individuals. This amendment will allow law enforcement a mechanism to charge individuals with a felony who are unlawfully recording minors while they were in a private place and protecting the privacy of their bodies while they are unknowingly being violated. Violations of an individual's privacy have long-lasting and irreparable effects on a minor. Without dissemination or publication, the crime remains a misdemeanor. Crimes such as this go hand in hand with other crimes, such as the threat of disseminating the material, as well as extortion. It's imperative that individuals are held accountable for their actions and we continue to protect child victims. And I also just wanted to touch on one of the other, the testimony or the question that was asked about the definition of child sexual abuse material. So there's a very strict definition of child sexual abuse material as articulated in 649A2. And this would actually basically cover the offenses that may not meet those elements in terms of under 649A. It's lewd and lascivious exhibition of the buttocks or genitalia, as well as there's some additional language that goes in there. As mentioned by the New Hampshire Coalition, there are certain crimes such as just individuals being in the nude that may not fall into the definition of 649A, but would fall into the 644-9 statute.
Anybody? Representative Slytak?
This may not be answerable either by you or Mr. Andrews, but I'm amazed to hear, and maybe you had in your testimony a reason why he only got 2 months. Was there some? You'd think the judge would have done everything he possibly could to the perpetrator.
I can't speak to that particular case because I'm not familiar with it, but oftentimes what happens is, though it sounds like he may have been sentenced to more, he probably received time off or in prison or jail, what would have been considered good behavior.
Representative Pratt?
Just one quick question, please. If a person does this more than once, is the crime a penalty more if they've done it more than once, or if they just done it once, is it the same crime? It sounds like it occurred over a long period of time, so would that be a worse penalty than just a one-time offense? Seems like it would be compounded.
Yes, sir. It is actually considered under the current statute under paragraph 6 states that a second or subsequent offense under paragraphs 1 through 3A would be considered a Class B felony.
Class B felony.
Representative Wheeler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So following up on Representative Pratt's question, how in the scenario that someone is doing this for 2 years, is that not considered a subsequent offense if someone is doing this repeatedly over the course of 2 years, and then they would not be charged with the Class B felony under that case?
Subsequent offense, generally speaking, means that they would have had to been convicted of a first offense.
Right.
I see.
Representative Stone?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question, Lieutenant. Can you give us some background on how this material is used for extortion that you've seen during your career?
Yes. So cybercrime, as everyone knows, is not limited specifically to this type of material, but it is specifically used in order to, it's actually terminology now, it's called sextortion. So if an individual possesses an image or a video of someone that they think that they can gain either some sort of financial gain or coerce a victim into maybe producing more material, that is often how it is utilized to extort them. So for example, we've seen cases where a suspect will, if it occurs through some sort of online platform, they will continue to ask for money. So it might start at a small amount, and then it will continue to, the amount will get larger and larger and larger, and they will threaten to disseminate to either family or friends or schoolmates.
Thank you.
Yes.
See no further questions. Thank you for your, Representative Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One question. So this is increasing the penalty to Class B for this violation. According to the statute, a second offense would also be a Class B. What are your thoughts on making a second offense for this certain chapter, this certain section, a Class A felony?
I think that would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair calls Attorney Enders.
Good afternoon, Stephen Endres. I'm an assistant county attorney in Merrimack County. I'm a prosecutor. I've been a prosecutor for over 20 years. I do support this legislation. The Merrimack County Attorney's Office supports this legislation. Essentially, this doesn't create a new crime. It creates an increased penalty when the perpetrator knows or should know that the person they're recording is a child. Prior to 2024, all violation of privacy was a misdemeanor. Last year, thankfully, the legislature did pass a second offense being a felony. But unfortunately, I was I got asked about Miss Martin's case, I essentially was given that scenario and was shocked when I looked at this and said, I think that's a misdemeanor. And I know a number of other prosecutors, we all sort of racked our brains to try and find a felony there, and we couldn't find one. As was indicated, it doesn't necessarily fit into child sexual abuse images because just changing your clothes or taking a shower isn't sexually explicit conduct. Where the dissemination part fit in was under 644-9A, the non-consensual dissemination of private sexual images, which is sort of colloquially the revenge porn statute. If you have a nude photograph of someone and you distribute it without their permission, that potentially is a felony under that statute. But in this case, we didn't have dissemination, so it didn't fit into that statute either. What I like about the language in this bill is that it really focuses on what the perpetrator is doing in terms of where they're hiding this camera. And I think that's an important thing to keep in mind when I think about, I think about like a Walmart or a Target or some type of department store and someone hiding a camera in there. And certainly there's adult dressing rooms in those stores. And I think hiding a camera in an adult dressing room is bad. Don't get me wrong. But there's also a children's section of those stores. And I think if you're hiding a camera in the children's dressing rooms, that sort of implicates a whole new level of, of perhaps sickness on the part of the person doing it. And I think that this bill appropriately would make that a Class B felony. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm reading the RSA that this is changing, so I'm not sure if my concern is valid or not. But basically, if there were to be high schoolers, filming a TikTok or something while they're at school in the locker room or something, is that going to put them at risk of a Class B felony?
If the statute now installs or uses a device, well, I think if high school students are filming within the locker room where people have an expectation of privacy, I think that certainly would run afoul of the statute as it's currently written. And if they know that there's children in that locker room, then it would be a felony.
Thank you.
Representative Stone.
Just to clarify, that felony, if the individual was under the age of 18, would be treated as a juvenile justice?
Correct. It wouldn't be an adult
Conviction.
felony. It would go through the
Juvenile process.
Thank
you.
And Attorney Enders, would it not be incumbent upon the schools to have a policy of no making TikTok videos in the school dressing room?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's common sense, and I think it implicates a bigger issue of people under 18 memorializing perhaps other people under 18's nudity or sexual activity.
Representative Selig.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question, Attorney Enders. Just to clarify something that you brought up. So you talked about putting a camera, for example, in a dressing room in a department store. And I think about my own children who by 13 no longer fit in the clothes in the children's section and therefore were changing in what would, I guess you would consider the adult section,
Right.
but really is for anyone over the age of 10. So if they're in the section that, but by your interpretation, if this were enacted, if they're in the same dressing room that I'm using and this camera has been set up surreptitiously to tape them, would they be subject to a felony or to a misdemeanor because they're still minors who are being subjected to the same abuse? It's just that they needed to go to a more age-appropriate location to change.
The way the statute is currently proposed, we would have to show that the person who put the camera there knows or should know that the person entitled to privacy therein is a child. So if you sort of accidentally catch a child on your secret hidden camera, that wouldn't necessarily run afoul of this bill as it's currently written.
So for clarity, if someone put a camera hoping to catch, generally speaking, women in the changing room and they happen to catch a child, they'd still be charged with the felony because of the child. Is that not correct? Or you have to prove intent to catch a child?
Correct. You'd have to prove intent to catch the child.
I see.
If you had it's an adult locker room, say, where you had no knowledge that children were ever using it, it would still be a misdemeanor, even if a child happened to be there under this language. You could certainly amend it to make it so that any
Anybody-
surreptitiously recorded video that happens to catch a child is a felony.
Okay. Thank you. Further questions? Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One point I could think of of a child being in an adult changing room is parents will go in with their kids as they change all the way on through. So there should be no distinction, right, between where it should just be a given that they're going to get no matter where it is.
Right. I think you can certainly craft a statute that says if you are surreptitiously recording and you catch a child, it's a felony.
Okay, thank you.
Under the current statute, catching an adult or child, either or, does it require registration on the sex offender?
I believe it does. I'm not 100% sure. I can check for you if you.
Is it explicit in the new statute, in the proposed bill? I didn't notice it.
Just look up the.
Do you recommend that if it's not, that it should be?
I certainly don't think it would necessarily be a bad idea if you were convicted of a felony level violation of privacy that you had to register as a sex offender.
Good, thank you. Seeing nothing further, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who has not testified? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing. We will be on lunch break until 1:30. What? What? Yeah, and yeah, we're going to be here for quite a while, so we need to eat lunch. to sponsor.
Thank you, Representative Roy and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Representative David Muse. I represent Portsmouth, Newcastle, and Newington. A few years ago, in 2016, New Hampshire joined a growing number of states when we finally criminalized image-based sexual abuse, which is more commonly known as revenge porn. Section 644:9 of New Hampshire law makes the non-consensual dissemination of images involving another person's sexual activity or intimate parts a Class B felony. What my bill does is bring the statute up to date by closing some loopholes that technology, along with the very worst in human nature, have created. First of all, the bill expands the definition of disseminate from real-world things like printing, publishing, and manufacturing to the virtual world, so it specifically includes posting or sharing an image electronically. While it can be argued that the current definition includes electronic posting and sharing, it's not in there, so it can also be argued that it doesn't. This small change would remove the ambiguity and would clarify how the law should work. The second thing that HB 1319 does is criminalize the act of making and sharing non-consensual deepfake porn videos. Deepfakes are visual content that's created using artificial intelligence technology. This technology does not require a room-sized computer. Today, it's actually available to anybody with a smartphone. It doesn't require any special skills or any special training. Some of these apps can realistically swap the face of a celebrity or a porn star with the face of a victim. Others use deep learning algorithms that can be trained to remove clothes from images or videos of women and replace them with images of other people's naked body parts. The results are extremely realistic and are increasingly indistinguishable from the real thing. There are also deepfake creators of content who take commissions and who charge as little as $30 to seamlessly insert the facial features of a person onto the body of a porn star, or the facial features onto anybody that they actually feel like targeting. And that can include your 24-year-old daughter, who's in the process of searching for a job, whose new employer might be Googling her name on the internet. These videos are actually showing up in things like Google search results. They can be used to extort money from a victim, to wreck a reputation, or just for the simple thrill that comes to those who enjoy ruining other people's lives. In 2023, the New Hampshire Supreme Court ruled that deepfake computer images can constitute harassment. In the case SD versus NB, the offender uploaded a profile of the victim onto an online dating app using her own profile picture. He then used software to create computer-generated images of her. These images showed her naked, being choked by a police officer, and being stabbed. The victim eventually obtained a stalking protective order, but the perpetrator objected, arguing that the fake digital images that he was creating and posting were a form of expression protected by free speech. The New Hampshire Supreme Court upheld the order, finding that the defendant's behavior, including the posts using computer-generated images of sexual and physical violence, constituted a threat. This ruling came on top of a 2015 ruling, State versus Craig, where the Supreme Court ruled threatening or harassing social media posts about a person can still count as stalking, even if the offender never directly sent them to the victim. This sort of behavior overwhelmingly harms women and children, and unfortunately right now it's booming online at an unprecedented rate. During the first 9 months of 2023, 113,000 deepfake porn videos were uploaded to the top 35 websites that host this sort of content. That's nearly double the number of deepfake porn videos that were uploaded in all of the year before. There are currently no federal laws in the United States against the creation and sharing of non-consensual deepfake pornography. For a victim, a deepfake video can be a lifelong sentence. It might only take the creator of a video like that a few minutes to put something like that on the internet, but once it's up on the internet, I think as we all know, it can pretty much live forever. What this bill would do is something that's very simple. It extends an existing New Hampshire law in a way that ensures there are very real consequences for the very real harm and just that this sort of behavior entails, and for the destructive nature of it that ruins lives and reputations. And with that, I'll take any questions the committee has.
My question is, how would you know if the image you possess, in other words, people share images, if someone shared such an image that they got from someone else, how would they know that it was a deep fake, or would they be subject to this, or is this only targeted at the creator?
So you're asking how would you know it's a deepfake image?
Yeah, how would you charge someone with a violation of this for sharing a deep faked image or posting it if they got it somewhere else? I mean, in other words, these things come from everywhere.
I think that there's a person from the state police who might be able to answer that question
Okay.
better than me. But a lot of these videos are actually posted on websites that are dedicated for that purpose. So
Yeah.
bottom line is if it's on one of these websites, it's likely to be a deep fake.
Okay. Representative Reed?
Yes.
Is there any way to trace and see who made these videos? Is there like an identifier to know who started these deep fake pictures or whatever? Or is it anonymous? Are they easy to trace?
Another great question for the state police. I'm sure that there are cases where they are traceable back to the person, and there are ways to do that. I'm not aware of anything in the video itself that would indicate who created it. There may be, depending on, and I'm kind of getting a little bit outside my area of knowledge, but there are metadata that typically get created along with digital files. I know with photography files, still image files, there's actually quite a bit of metadata that can be recorded. What I'm less sure of is what gets recorded in something like an MPEG file, a motion picture file.
Representative Cameron?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I noticed that you're talking about synthetic image, and in your testimony you said video. Is there a reason why when you were drafting the bill you didn't say video and image? Because they can be different.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between a video, let's say, that's taken of you on a video camera, and an image that can be generated through AI. So, for example, you can generate what looks like a video of a person from as little as a single still image, and the more still images that you have taken from more angles, the more realistic that representation can be. But what it is it's really a glorified animation that looks photoreal. So to you and I looking at that video, we look at it and say, "Oh my God, that's a video of real people." But the reality is that with the use of artificial intelligence technology, videos like that can be put together in a way so that they're indistinguishable. I mean, another way to think of it is, it's at some point in the future we're going to see Hollywood film stars that have been dead for 60 years, like Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, realistically acting in new movies.
I'm looking forward to that, actually. Representative Cameron.
Thank you for allowing the follow-up. This would be very similar to a video I saw about 10 years ago with Hank Williams and Hank Williams Jr. singing Family Tradition together. But the question I have now is, in the drafting of the bill, I'm going to point to line 5 of the draft here, of the bill. It says distribute twice. I'm wondering if striking the first word distribute in that line and just leaving or otherwise distribute would make more sense, because it says distribute twice.
I'm sorry, would striking which word?
In line 5,
Yeah.
it says, I'll read the line: electronically, distribute, sell, lease, exhibit, display, or otherwise distribute. Distributes it twice.
Oh, yes. Yeah, good catch. I would probably get rid of the first distribute. Yeah.
Representative Stone?
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. Would this also apply to images of politicians or any other celebrity that's in a still shot that would be shared on some new,
would not.
multiple
It would not.
platforms?
That I think images of politicians and I think one of the things that we've seen over the years, this technology can be used for other things. And I think when it comes to politicians, there's a First Amendment issue around fair use and parity and things like that. So I think a statute around prohibiting the use of it in political campaigns might be something that's needed, but it would be very complicated to write, and there are potentially First Amendment landmines all over the place. And I think this is something that's much narrower. I actually have professional experience from a few years back. I was the project manager of a health app where we did age progression. And one of the things that we did was we used iOS facial recognition, 2016 version, which was a lot less capable than what's available now. And we actually sent images back to the University of Toronto on a mainframe where an artificial intelligence program was used to actually age. The app was intended for young people, let's say in their 20s, who could take a selfie of themselves, and then in about 30 seconds, they would see what they look like. Let's say at the age of 45, if they go into a tanning booth every week, for the next 20 years, if they drink a certain amount of alcohol every week for the next 20 years, sun exposure, weight gain. So the idea of the app was to try to influence behavior. It's called basically there's a behavioral factor called temporal distancing, where it's sort of the farther you are, or the farther away you are from the consequences of your behavior, whether it can be years or whatever, the less likely you are to kind of modify your behavior so that you have a better outcome down the road, which is a long way of saying that beer I can drink now feels a lot better than worrying about that 45-year-old guy 25 years from now who has a big gut because he drank too much beer. I'd rather have that beer now. That's called temporal distancing. So there are ways you can actually use this technology in a way that's extremely productive. And when I was out on the iTunes store, in addition to finding face swapping apps, which are out there, there are also age progression apps that work about 100 times better than the one that we did back in 2016. So the technology has really, really evolved and accelerated.
Thank you for clarification.
Yep.
Representative Newman.
Yeah, I just have a question about line 19, which is the definition of the synthetic image. And in your testimony, you've often used AI, and it's really realistic. Would this law apply? Would it be a violation of the law, no matter how you made it a realistic image that is a false representation? Doesn't have to be done by AI. You've said that, but I don't know whether.
That is true. If you are very skilled at a program like Photoshop or a non-AI program, it would essentially it got to the same outcome. It would have the same effect under the law, which is why it's written that way. And by the way, the definitions were written with the help of the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Attorney Enders.
Good afternoon, Stephen Enders. I'm an assistant county attorney in Merrimack County. We do, in fact, support this bill. I think that as technology advances, you always end up in this situation where bad actors use that technology to exploit people until the law eventually catches up. And what this bill does is be proactive and sort of get ahead of that before it occurs. So we do support it, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for taking my question, Attorney. This bill deals with non-consensual dissemination. Do you believe that this same protection should be at some point extended to the protection of minors because they cannot consent?
This would include minors within it as it is now. If you were making synthetic images of minors engaged in sexual activity, that would run afoul of the child sexual abuse images statute, which would be a whole separate felony.
Thank you.
Representative Sitek.
I'm concerned that it's a wonderful idea, of course, but is it almost is technology make this almost unenforceable because of how much can be done and anonymity and.
I don't think necessarily technology makes it unenforceable. Certainly, I think there are ways to investigate crimes. I can, for example, if we had a suspect that we suspected was making synthetic images and distributing them, you could obtain a search warrant for that suspect's computer, and that computer would show artifacts which would lead you to believe that perhaps that was the computer used in the crime.
Follow up?
I guess really what I'm saying is if one of these appears, is there any way to trace where it came from?
I think it would be difficult, certainly, to trace where it came from unless you had a suspect.
That was my question, kind of what I was asking Representative Muse is this more of a targeted at the creator or possessor of these images? So in other words, if someone's on a message board or some site and gets a picture and sends it to his friend and say, hey, look at this is hilarious. And their friend says, hey, that's offensive. I'm going to report that. He didn't create it. So
I think it's aimed at anyone who's disseminating it.
So anyone who passes it back and forth.
Correct. Which I think the current statute 644-9A addresses anyone who disseminates non-consensual sexual abuse images. So whether that's the person that created it or whether that's the person who got it and is redistributing it, the current statute and this bill would target both of those individuals.
I guess my question, or maybe my concern, some places, some celebrities may pose nude, and someone may share that with someone, say, hey, look, this is so-and-so star.
Right.
And it ends up being not a real one. Is that person now going to be culpable for this felony? I mean, do you have to prove that they knew it was a false image?
Well, you'd also have to show that they had the intent to harass, intimidate, threaten, or coerce the depicted person.
Okay. Okay. That clears it up. Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Bolden.
I remember still your really entertaining testimony in this committee, the last biennium, on the bill to ban, which passed and is now law, to ban the non-consensual sharing of digital private images. Is this bill essentially an expansion of that to include images that aren't in their original form?
I don't know if it's an expansion of that bill as much as an expansion of the 644-9, the quote-unquote revenge porn statute, the non-consensual dissemination of private sexual images. I think the concern obviously is that, you know, if there's a picture of you floating around that somebody has, you're frightened that they may distribute it. The fact of the matter is that technology exists now that picture of you doesn't have to exist, and someone can create it out of whole cloth and then distribute it. And this would address that concern.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who has not testified yet? Please come forward, and when you're finished, give a pink card, please. Oh, no, I think she did both. Thank you. As a matter of fact, actually, I remember it had very neat handwriting.
All set? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Tamara Hester. I'm a lieutenant with the New Hampshire State Police. I'm the commander of the Special Investigations Unit. We investigate child exploitation offenses as well as conducting cybercrime investigations and doing digital forensics on digital evidence that comes in throughout the state of New Hampshire. In terms of this particular bill, amending this existing statute will give law enforcement the clear ability to enforce the sharing of material in an online platform. The expansion of the definition of disseminate does actually assist in the current technological age that we live in. It's no longer necessary to connect with individuals in person in order to share material. It's as simple as a click of a button to generate as well as share an image across multiple platforms. And from there, the image can be circulated around the world. With the advancement of the digital age, it's created new forms of harassment and cyberbullying. Since this statute was enacted, technology has evolved. Currently, there are numerous software programs available, most of them free, that can generate realistic images or videos that are virtually indistinguishable from a real person. There have been many instances across the country, as well as ones that I can attest to in the state of New Hampshire, of individuals utilizing artificial intelligence to create fake pornographic images and share them across multiple social media platforms, many of them in a fashion which is considered revenge porn. These images can be of both adults and children. The sharing of an image that is nearly indistinguishable from a real person and shares the characteristics of that person can have a crippling effect on an individual's life and to create a lasting stigma, as it is difficult to completely remove something from the internet once it's there. Defendants are sometimes able to avoid being criminally charged by taking images of those real people and altering them in a computer-generated fashion. This creates an endless opportunity to victimize individuals. And I wanted to address one of the questions that came up from one of the other representatives. I apologize because I don't remember who asked it, about how to trace back once the images have been disseminated. I think the question was answered about the intent of the statute of dissemination. But if the victim reports and they know the account that it comes from, law enforcement can then, as the county attorney indicated, we can then take that account information and subsequently conduct legal process in order to subsequently identify that individual.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who has not done so? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing on House Bill, what is this, 1319? 1319. And I open the public hearing on House Bill 1587.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I'm introducing this bill in place of Representative Gabby Grossman, who has requested that we voted an expedient to legislate. If you would like me to, I can read her letter to you and the committee into the record.
Sure.
Good evening, Chairman Roy and honorable members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I wanted to respectfully let you know that it is my intention for HB 1587FN to request an ITL from the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee on Friday, unless there is testimony that comes forward that would demonstrate that there is still a need. After much research and discussion with state police, ACLU, student transportation stakeholders and vendors, surveillance vendors, disability stakeholders, it has come to our attention that school buses in New Hampshire, including the big buses and the smaller buses, are not required to have video surveillance as a mandate. It was our belief that this legislation would provide equity and safety on special education buses. When we first put this legislation in 2018, there was a different need. At that time, the Concord School District was still not requiring surveillance for all their contracts with bus providers. That is no longer the case. In 2024, without a mandate, this is under local control and contract negotiations for school districts and transportation providers. Both parties have acknowledged the importance, and currently there have been no issues reported And there's a belief that 99% of transportation vendors and school districts are requiring this already. The Hudson, New Hampshire case had video surveillance on the bus, which captured abuse. The mandate from the state would take away the local control that has caught up with many public safety standards. In talking with Trooper Greg Hildreth from the Department of Safety that handles pupil transportation, he also found another direct conflict with the wiretapping statute involving school recordings, which I've attached below. Trooper Hildreth has not heard of any situations involving pupil transportation that didn't have surveillance. Since the smaller buses are included under the definition of school buses, if a school requires surveillance for a contract, the smaller buses are included. The issue came up because of minivans and vans, and Trooper Hildreth believes that most vendors want this protection, as do schools, and are using cameras for their own liability purposes. I appreciate your time and attention to this request for an ITL as the prime sponsor. It appears the issue has already resolved itself with technology, time, and local attention to safety. See you in committee, and if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. Thank you so much. Gabby Grossman.
Thank you, Representative. Since he doesn't have any answers, there won't be any questions. Anyone else wishing to testify on this bill? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1587. And the committee will stand in recess for 30 minutes, you think, or do you need more? 30 minutes before we begin our executive sessions. Republicans will be meeting across the hall. Actually, make it 45 minutes. We'll be meeting at 2:45. Opening the executive session, and we're starting with House Bill 1035. And I recognize Representative Harry Gathright. Who would you like to make a motion? Representative Salig, would you like to make a motion?
I move to ITL.
And I second that motion. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I think it's a poorly written bill, and in addition to that, it would block further cooperation between states in bringing criminals to justice.
Well said. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'd ask the clerk to call the roll. I did.
Vice Chair Rhodes? Yes. Representative Pratt?
Yes.
Representative Sitek? Yes. Representative Prue?
Yes.
Representative Janvrin?
Yes.
Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Reed?
Yes.
Representative Stone?
Yes.
Representative Tenzar?
Yes.
Representative Harry Gathright? Representative Muse?
Yes.
Representative Bolden?
Yes.
Representative Bradley?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Newman?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell?
Yes.
Representative Selig?
Yes.
Representative Wheeler?
Yay.
Chairman Roy?
Chair votes yes.
Motion is unanimous.
Unanimous. ITL, any objection to consent? Seeing none, will go on consent.
Do we have 20 people here tonight? Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. And I close the executive session on 10:35. I open the executive session on 14:04 and recognize Representative Janvrin to make a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move ITL.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. One of the provisions in the bill would set the limit for a jury trial at $20, and that is so low that it would clog our courts and stall the court system, and definitely would be an injustice.
Would you like to speak to your second?
I agree.
Thank you. Further discussion? I like that. I'm going to use that. Seeing none, I'd ask the clerk to call the roll.
Vice Chair Rhodes?
Yes.
Representative Pratt?
Yes.
Representative Sitek? Representative Prue?
Yes.
Representative Janvrin?
Yes.
Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Reed?
Yes.
Representative Stone?
Yes.
Representative Tenzar?
Yes.
Representative Harry Gathright?
Yes.
Representative Muse?
Yes.
Representative Bolden?
Yes.
Representative Bradley?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Newman?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell?
Yes.
Representative Selig?
Yes.
Representative Wheeler?
Yay.
Chairman Roy?
Chair votes yes.
20-0.
20-0 ITL. Any objection to consent? Seeing none, it will go on consent. I hereby close the executive session on House Bill 1404. I open the executive session on House Bill 1438, and I recognize Representative Reed to make a motion.
I'm motion to ITL 1438.
Second.
Representative Reed, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, this bill is too vague. It doesn't specify any laws, and it would make anybody part of the whistleblower protection, even if they aren't aware that they are part of the program. It's just too vague and not workable in its current form.
Thank you. Who made the second?
I did.
Would you like to speak to your second?
I agree that it leaves people who may not know they're in the whistleblower program offering to help a police officer because they say, hey, we're just looking for so-and-so. If they just say, oh, I'm helping the police, they're down the street, they could become a victim of a crime. They could be a criminal. And I think it's just way too vague and would lead to a lot of chaos.
Thank you. I'm just going to add, I fully endorse the idea of giving protection to actual whistleblowers for their actual fact that they are whistleblowers, but this doesn't specify whistleblowers for the crime. So if the police said, hey, I'm looking for so-and-so because I want to ask you some questions, I think they may have killed someone, and you cooperate with the police and they make an arrest on that, you could be charged because they were also a whistleblower. It doesn't specify. It's very vague. So it's a dangerous bill. Vague bills are dangerous. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'd ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate.
Vice Chair Rhodes?
Yes.
Representative Pratt?
Yes.
Representative Sitek? Representative Prue?
Yay.
Representative Janvrin,
Yes.
Representative Mannion,
Yes.
Representative Reed,
Yes.
Representative Stone,
Yes.
Representative Tensar,
Yes.
Representative Harry Gathright, Representative Muse,
Yes.
Representative Bolden,
Yes.
Representative Bradley,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
The clerk votes no, yes. Representative Newell,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Chairman Roy,
Chair votes yes.
20-0.
20-0, and expedient to legislate. Anyone object to consent? Seeing none, I close the executive session on House Bill 1455 and 1438. I open the executive session in 1455 and recognize Representative Janvrin to make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ITL.
Second.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Absolutely. One of the provisions in the bill says no person, entity shall create a rule, policy, or protocol that's contrary to the prohibition in paragraph 1. This flies in the face of the New Hampshire Constitution, co-equal powers, separation of powers of the judiciary, the general court, and the executive branch. And for that reason, I'm voting for ITL.
Representative Stone, would you like to speak to your second?
Mr. Chairman, I would. I'd like to simply state that this bill would cause conflicting jurisdiction between federal and state law in addition on some of the issues that were underlying in the bill.
Further discussion? Representative Selig.
Thank you. I just would also like to emphasize that I support the ITL because I think of the risk of people using ways with this to get around protective orders as well in public settings.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, ask the clerk to call the roll.
Vice Chair Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Pratt,
Yes.
Representative Sitek, Representative Prue,
Yes.
Representative Janvrin,
Yes.
Representative Mannion,
Yes.
Representative Reed,
Yes.
Representative Stone,
Yes.
Representative Tensar,
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright, Representative Muse,
Yes.
Representative Bolden,
Yes.
Representative Bradley,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Chairman Roy,
Chair votes yes.
20-0.
20-0 ITL. Any objection to consent? Seeing none, it will go on consent. I hereby close the executive session on House Bill 1455. I open the executive session on House Bill 1535 and recognize Representative Newman to make a message. Make a motion.
I make the motion to ITL.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Prue. Representative Newman, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, just from the testimony we heard, this bill is absolutely overstated. It could exclude things like driver's licenses or maybe even birth certificates. So it deserves ITL.
Would you like to speak to your second, Representative Prue?
I'm going to quote my fellow representative over there. I agree.
Further discussion? Representative Sitek.
I'm wondering if the interim study might not, I'm not going to push for it, but it seems like interim study might make more sense. There is some room for digital input, information being used, and I hate to just say no, but I'm not going to push it either. I'm just making the statement.
Your input is well taken, and I agree with you. However, with the number of bills we have and the short time we have with the campaign season coming up, I think that the onus would have been on the sponsor to take that time. But I'm sure it will be back to your point. Seeing no further discussion, I would ask the clerk to call the roll. Motion on the floor is ITL.
Vice Chair Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Pratt,
Yes.
Representative Sitek,
Yes.
Representative Prue,
You betcha.
Representative Janvrin,
Yes.
Representative Mannion,
Yes.
Representative Reed,
Yes.
Representative Stone,
Yes.
Representative Tensar,
Yes.
Representative Harry Gathright,
Yes.
Representative Muse,
Yes.
Representative Bolden,
Yes.
Representative Bradley,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Chairman Roy,
Chair votes yes.
20-0.
20-0 unanimous ITL. Any objection to consent? Seeing none, I hereby close the executive session on House Bill 1535 and open the executive session on House Bill 1619 and recognize Representative Stone for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I recommend making a motion to ITL.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Peru. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Mr. Chair, I would. The subcommittee met. We unanimously voted ITL 4-0. There was no one from the public who came to speak. The sponsor was not there to speak either. One of the big issues that the committee felt is that the language in redefining was very conflicting and very problematic for the entire bill, with also conflicting with other parts of New Hampshire statutes. This entire bill was written in such a way that it's really hard to follow and creates numerous problems in addition to operationally providing individuals who are released from custody but are still in state's custody because they still have a pending sentence to have firearms is not in the interest of public safety.
Thank you. Representative Peru, do you agree?
Unintended consequences abound in this bill, so we don't have time to fix it, and the sponsor didn't seem like he wanted to fix it, so I think we should just let it go.
Further discussion. Representative Salig.
Thank you. I agree with the motion to ITL. I would say, however, I do believe that it's too late this session, but for next year, for those of us who are reelected, I would love to bring forward a bill to give the right to vote back to all people.
Okay. Representative Murray.
I was going to share what Representative Selleck shared, that I do support giving incarcerated people the right to vote, but it seems like it was unworkable in the time we have with this bill to limit it to just that scope.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. Motion on the floor is ITL.
Vice Chair Rhodes?
Yes.
Representative Pratt?
Yes.
Representative Sytek? Representative Prue?
Yay.
Representative Janvrin?
Yes.
Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Reed?
Yep.
Representative Stone?
Yes.
Representative Tenzar?
Yes.
Representative Gathright?
Yes.
Representative Muse?
Yes.
Representative Bolden?
Yes.
Representative Bradley?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Newman?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell?
Yes.
Representative Selig?
Yes.
Representative Wheeler?
Yay.
Chairman Roy?
Chair votes yes.
20-0.
20-0 ITL. Any objection to consent? Seeing none, I hereby close the executive session. House Bill 15. I don't even know where I am. 1619. I hereby open the executive session on here 1064, and I recognize Representative Newell to make a motion.
I make a motion to ITL.
Second it?
Seconded by Representative Peru. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative?
Sure. This bill, I agree with what the Domestic Violence Coalition came and said, that this would be a step back and very dangerous for domestic violence victims. And then also the idea that we had people in law enforcement come in and tell us about how, for a temporary protective order, it requires a clear and present danger. And there is a due process built into the process to regain your weapon. So that is why I am voting ITL.
Thank you. Representative Peru, would you like to speak to your second?
I didn't second.
I'll second.
Oh, Representative Pratt.
I'll
sorry.
speak to it. Because of the testimony given by the stakeholders and the state police and different professionals, I believe in ITL is the best thing for this.
Thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, ask the clerk to call the roll. Motion on the floor is ITL.
Vice Chair Rhodes?
Yes.
Representative Pratt? Representative Sytek? Representative Prue?
Yes.
Representative Janvrin?
Yes.
Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Reed?
Yes.
Representative Stone?
Yes.
Representative Tenzar?
Yes.
Representative Harry Gathright?
Yes.
Representative Muse?
Yes.
Representative Bolden?
Yes.
Representative Bradley?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Newman?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell?
Yes.
Representative Selig?
Yes.
Representative Wheeler? Chairman Roy?
Chair votes yes.
20-0.
20-0 RTL. Any objection to consent? Seeing none, I hereby close the executive session on House Bill 1064. Open the executive session on House Bill 1073 and recognize Representative Prue to make a motion.
I move ITL.
I'll second.
Seconded by Representative Harry Gathright. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Prue?
I would. So we heard that as the law stands right now, there are plenty of protections for people playing jokes, having novelties, but there is also which I think needs to be there, that if somebody is definitely placing something with an intent to cause chaos, dismay, whatever, to have people think that it's a real explosive is an issue, and there needs to be protection of the public against that, because people start running away from one of these things, people get hurt, all that stuff. So I don't think we need to repeal this. I think the way the law stands is just fine.
Thank you. Representative Gathright, would you like to speak to your second?
No, I think you did a great job.
Are you ready? Further discussion?
The quote
Se-
is,
se- Seeing none. Oh, Representative Sitek?
I wondered about this until somebody beat me over the head about intent. And
Yeah.
That's sold, and so yes.
I would add that there was an example given of somebody who was zealously prosecuted or threatened with prosecution because they had what was obviously a gag. That's the reason we have judges. If an officer were to bring a spurious charge like that, the court would frown upon that, I'm quite sure. Having said that, no further discussion. I would ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion on the floor is ITL. Oh, was somebody else wishing?
I just wanted to say that no representatives were harmed in caucus.
Yes.
Vice Chair Rhodes?
Yes.
Representative Pratt?
Yes.
Representative Sitek? Representative Prue?
Absolutely.
Representative Janfrin?
Yes.
Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Reed?
Yes.
Representative Stone?
Yes.
Representative Tenzar?
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright?
yes.
Representative Muse?
Yes.
Representative Bolden?
Yes.
Representative Bradley?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Newman?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell?
Yes.
Representative Selig?
Yes.
Representative Wheeler?
Yay.
Chairman Roy?
Chair votes yes.
20-0.
20-0 ITL. Any objection to consent? Seeing none, I hereby close the executive session on House Bill 1073. Open the executive session on House Bill 1599. Recognize Representative Muse to make a motion.
Make a motion to ITL 1599.
Who's Representative Muse?
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
Muse. Oh, sorry about that.
Doesn't even rhyme with Pratt.
Okay.
Well, I get you started. Go ahead.
Representative Muse.
I make a motion to ITL this bill.
Can I get a second, Representative Pratt?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Muse?
Sure. Just because we have the ability to build something doesn't mean we should. Just because we have the ability to legalize something doesn't mean we should. This bill is the king of the unintended consequences bills, and I think ITLing it is definitely the right way to go.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your second, Representative Pratt?
Just shortly, I don't believe AI should be used to kill anybody for any reason, so I don't think this bill is necessary at this time.
Thank you. And so my hopes for my own Terminator robot were dashed. Further
Maybe next
discussion?
time you can get an electronic Cujo.
Maybe.
It's always next year.
As always, next year. Seeing no further discussion, ask the clerk to call the roll. Motion on the floor is ITL.
Vice Chair Rhodes?
Yes.
Representative Pratt?
Yes.
Representative Sitek? Representative Prue?
Yay.
Representative Janfrin?
Yes.
Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Reed?
Yes.
Representative Stone?
Yes.
Representative Tenzar?
Yes.
Representative Gathright?
Yes.
Representative Muse?
Yes.
Representative Bolden?
Definitely paying attention. Yes.
Representative Bradley?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Newman?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell?
Yes.
Representative Selig?
Yes.
Representative Wheeler? Chairman Roy?
Chair votes yes.
20-0.
20-0 ITL. Any objection to consent? Seeing none, hereby close the public hearing on House Bill 1599. And I open the executive session, House Bill 1237, and recognize Representative Stone to make a motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to ITL.
Hold on.
I'll second.
Seconded. When we open the discussion, we can bring it up.
Somebody else wants to do it. That's fine.
No, someone had asked to introduce an amendment, but let's have the discussion on the motion on the floor first. Representative Stone, would you like to speak to your motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would. This bill is discriminatory in nature for municipalities. It impedes on local control. It's not in the interest of public safety, and it seems to exclude the largest agency that uses ghost cars in the state of New Hampshire.
Representative Prue, would you like to speak to your second?
I will, but you won't like it. To me, this was put in by somebody who just doesn't want to get a speeding ticket. So I would suggest he buy a radar detector instead of putting in a bill like this. Because the police use those vehicles to patrol for people who are driving reckless and protect public safety. And if we don't have that tool, they can't do their job quite as well.
All righty. Representative Murray, would you like to speak on discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to let members of the committee know that I've given you each a copy of an amendment that I submitted to OLS that narrows the scope of the bill, ensures that any vehicles purchased on or after January 1st, 2025 would be marked and labeled, identifying it as a police vehicle, and that would only be applicable to those explicitly performing traffic law enforcement. And any officer who is in an unmarked vehicle and observes an offense of reckless driving, potential DUI, or any other threat to public safety would still be able to make a traffic stop under this amendment.
So should the motion on the floor fail, Representative Murray intends to offer this amendment. Discussion? Representative Salig first and Bolden.
Thank you. So I think that I'm very conflicted on the bill. I appreciate the intent of the person who wrote it and hope that they will work with law enforcement agencies to bring something better back next year. I think one of the things that's really complicated is, especially in small towns, there are often very few vehicles and they may be used for all sorts of purposes where it may not be practicable for them to have one designated specifically to traffic enforcement and others for various undercover operations and sorts of things. And so to me, it feels like there's too many complexities that are not resolved. And as much as I appreciate the intent and think it should actually apply to state vehicles as well, there's too much, there aren't enough nuances.
On the topic of public safety, one time I was paying attention, I remember that we received testimony from a trooper who said that the presence of marked police vehicles has a positive effect on driver behavior, a demonstrably positive effect. And I think I'd rather have fewer people dying in car accidents in our state than more tickets.
Thank you. I believe he said there was a study that showed they actually had numbers. I don't know what they were. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just forgot to note, as I had sent to the committee, the other states that have similar laws in place: California, DC, Idaho, Montana, New Mexico, Ohio, Oklahoma, and South Carolina all require that police vehicles always be marked. And then states that have laws similar to the amendment I hope to present are Connecticut, Georgia, Michigan, New Jersey, New York, North Carolina, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Washington, and Wyoming. So just to name that we wouldn't be the first by any means. Many states have similar laws.
Definitely. Further discussion. Representative Prue.
Representative Sully, I must have missed his intent. So what was the intent of the bill that you perceived? Because I perceived that he was looking to get out of speeding tickets and red light tickets by marking police cars.
I don't recall if he did say his intent, but Representative said.
Thank you. I interpreted his bill to mean that he wanted to prevent situations like the one where Representative Newell was in, where people who were in plain clothes and not in marked vehicles were potentially stopping people, and the difficulty with identifying police in certain circumstances. And having been in similar circumstances myself, I recognize the terror of having someone having flashing lights behind you and not being able to determine whether or not they are in fact police in the days before there were cell phones, because I'm old enough for that. I will say, as a former resident of Maryland, the state police there often took no longer usable state trooper vehicles and sliced them in half and put the half on different parts of the highway system, so people would drive up and it would appear there was a state trooper there. Just something to keep in mind. And all the traffic would go from 95 miles an hour down to like 55 very quickly in those sections. And then, you'd get past it and realize the other side was a wood frame.
I would add that if someone were to bring a bill and they were to actually do a study and show how many people were stopped by unmarked vehicles and if it were adversely impacting the public versus how many vehicles, how many accidents it saved, I'd like to see numbers more than just, I don't like the idea of sneaky cops. Representative Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a couple of things here. The first thing I want everyone to understand is unmarked vehicles are not the same as ghost vehicles. Ghost vehicles are marked vehicles. They're just subtle, and actually they're more visible at night than a marked, as you would say, police car. Some of marked police cars don't have reflective lettering on it, but it's a different color, so you can clearly see it during the day. But at night, these ghost cars are more visible. They're fully marked. It's just a more subtle, subdued marking on the side. People that are operating those are in uniform, generally. So the issue I have with that is the unmarked vehicles where it's a plainclothes person, they're not out really doing traffic enforcement. And if you want to make a bill that says if you're going to do traffic enforcement, you must be in full uniform, that I could accept to alleviate that. However, today there's cell phones. You're allowed to drive to the police station slowly, obey the laws, call dispatch. You can't get any trouble for that for that reason. Another thing is we're micromanaging as a state legislature our local police chiefs. They should have the authority to operate their department as they see fit. Whatever vehicles they see they deem to be most useful, we should allow them to use them. On the comment about marked vehicles being deterring crime more, that's true. However, if your department has one ghost vehicle they use specifically for DWI patrols or traffic enforcement patrols, it has a purpose. And to take that tool away from our local police and tell our police chiefs, you can't decide what's best for your community, we will. I think it's wrong. I think we should leave it up to local control. I don't think we should be taking away this option for them to use them. That's where I'm at with it.
That brings up a good point, and if anyone could tell me, I'd be happy to hear it. Do we prohibit towns from voting as to what they want to use for police vehicles? If you can answer, yeah.
Well, Mr. Chairman, because we're a Dillon's rule state, there's no RSA on the books that says that they can do that. They cannot. So there is not an ability for a local municipality to go out and ban that until
There's state law that describes what police vehicles have to look like.
I don't know the answer to that question.
If there isn't one, then they can.
But wouldn't there have to be? And sorry for the conversation.
No,
but
that's
wouldn't
fine.
there have to be?
I asked.
I mean, as far as I understand, in order for a municipality to pass a law, there has to be a law on the books that says they can.
Well, they're allowed
statewide.
to with their budget, because I know I just had to approve a new cruiser for our town on the budget committee. So my question is can they say we're going to go with Fords, Crown Vics versus, whatever, we're going to go with Explorers. So if they can pick what kind of vehicle they want, are they not allowed to say locally all our police cars have to be marked through an ordinance?
We're about to make that law, telling towns how the car's going to look.
No. I'm saying are the towns not able to make that law if they so choose?
Oh, right.
Back to your point with local control. Could the voters of a town not go to their town council and say, hey, we want all of our cruisers in this town to be marked. We don't want unmarked cruisers. Yeah, through a warrant article.
But because we're a Dillon's rule state, I don't know if they're able to do that though.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, that's under the selectmen's or the board, if it's a board or alderman, have the ability to dictate policy on purchases of the town, and they control town property, which the police cruisers would be, and it would be up to that board to determine what the police cars should look like. They are allowed under that statute.
Oh, to control town property, what it looks like and such. Since we don't have a statute, to your point, that describes what all police cars have to look like, therefore they can control town property however they want.
Right.
So to my original point, I believe that if voters in a town hated getting caught by an unmarked car, they could all go to town hall and say, we want a warrant article, no more of that. All we could control is our friends at the state police. And I have grave concerns over what that might do to our highway safety. Representative Bolden.
That's the thing, right? Is that if part of
Yeah,
what
first
informs
one.
this conversation is data that even we in the legislature don't have as to the impact of a marked versus unmarked vehicle on driver behavior and the propensity for committing traffic violations, how is any given small municipality expected to obtain that information and make an informed decision? And as much as local control is a phrase that sounds nice. There have been issues in the past that really aren't workable for local control. For example, gun laws. Because if you're traveling from like Derry to Milford, how many laws are you going to break in the interim with a gun in your vehicle? So we can't just worship at the altar of local control. There are some things that need to be dictated at the state level. I think that's why this building's here.
True, and I appreciate your passion. However, a local police department doesn't really, the data they're going to have is in their police department, because they're just covering their town. So they know how many accidents they have. They know the statistics of how many speeders they pull over. For the state police, it's much more difficult, to your point, because we don't know how many tens of thousands of vehicles travel over the state highways. But I would assume most towns can pull that information readily, pretty quickly, as far as how many stops, the traffic, the dangers and stuff. So if a local town decides that they don't want this, they are free to do it. But more importantly, are you changing your position? Because at the initial, you said that you didn't really favor the bill. Now you kind of just made a defense that you did.
Can we climb out of the rabbit hole now?
I'm enjoying
I need
this.
more
Stop
coffee.
it.
I don't even know. I feel like I'm talking to the Mad Hatter. I don't know.
Very good. Wait a minute. Representative Stone, hold on.
Thank you. I'd like to remind everybody that we also have towns and cities in New Hampshire. In the current case of Claremont, we have a police commission that is in charge of the police department, and the budget is in charge of the city council. Therefore, the city police commission dictates what goes on for markings, policies, and procedures. And as many of you are aware, most departments have policies involving the use of how they use unmarked vehicles for traffic enforcement. So that's something that is highly scrutinized by the individual agencies across the state of New Hampshire.
And who's next? Representative Newman's had his hand up for a while.
I have more of a parliamentary question. We have a motion on the floor of ITL. So then what is our next vote? I mean,
We're having discussion on that
okay,
motion.
so we will have an ITL. So in that case, we will never get to vote on the amendment.
Well, if the ITL fails, she can introduce her amendment. So
Okay.
she's
Well,
trying
I-
to convince people to vote against the ITL so that she can introduce her amendment.
Yeah, I thought it might be more in the, I thought that the motions might be in more of the order that we see in, when we go to session, where a committee vote, they bring up a committee amendment if one approves. But whatever, if that's what it is, that's what it is.
Yeah, okay. Representative Jammern?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that we had discussed, or I remember being discussed, was Article 28A, and I'm going to read it. The state shall not mandate or assign any new, expanded, or modified programs or responsibilities to any political subdivision in such a way as to necessitate additional local expenditure by the political subdivision unless such programs or responsibilities are fully funded by the state. ... So if we're going to tell these local departments what they must be using, we are mandating a responsibility, and it would have a cost, which would be borne by the state.
Okay, final comments. Representative Rhodes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on the same side, if you're saying that if a car is marked, you're going to slow down because you don't want to get a ticket, the same thing could be said if you know that the cars aren't marked and any one of them could be a cop at any time. That equally should slow you down. And I recognize that maybe I use the speed limit as a suggestion, and that's, when I get pulled over, I have to answer to that. But if I know that the towns have cars that aren't marked, I usually let up a little bit. So it could go either way. However you want to make the argument, it's not going to change your behavior unless you want to change your behavior.
Representative Harry Gathering?
Yes, I just want to make the point that it's not all vehicles. It's nothing in this section should be construed to prohibit the use of unmarked vehicles or vehicles with seal or ghost lettering for any purpose other than traffic law enforcement. So this is specific.
It is, but to an earlier point, many towns don't have more than 2 cars, and you're cutting their fleet in half if you say they can't use it for that. Only people who haven't spoken, Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's look at it this way. I mean, obviously, there's people who don't want to get pulled over and don't want to be surprised by the police. However, think of it as you have somebody that you love on the road. The police are an extra set of eyes. We are public safety, criminal justice, and public safety.
Thank you. I forgot.
I think that we need to also, it's an extra set of eyes watching somebody you love drive. And I will always vote in favor of whatever that takes to keep the people I love safe on the road. Thank you.
Anyone else who hasn't spoken wish to comment? Okay. I think we can continue this debate on the elevator on the way down. I'd ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate.
Vice Chair Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Pratt,
Yes.
Representative Sartek, Representative Prue,
Oh, God, yes.
Representative Janvrin,
Yes.
Representative Mannion,
I wasn't paying attention. Yes.
Representative Reed,
Yes.
Representative Stone,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Gathright,
No.
Representative Muse,
No.
Representative Bolden,
No.
Representative Bradley,
No.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Newman,
No.
the clerk votes no. Representative Newell,
No.
Representative Selig,
Regretfully, yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Nay.
Chairman Roy,
Chair votes yes.
12-8.
12-8, motion by TL carries. It will not be on consent. Let me see, who would like to make the against or the majority report is Representative Stone. Actually, who made the motion on that? You did, okay. Would you like to write the, okay, so it's going to be Representative Allison Murray writes the minority report and Stone writes the top one. What was
Mr.
the
Chairman.
final count? 12-8.
If I could just have a clarification, I got a little ahead of myself. The bill that we just exec was 1237
Yes,
and the vote is 12-8.
yes.
Thank you.
With that, I close the executive session on House Bill 1237. Open the executive session, House Bill 1238. Recognize Representative Mannion to make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I
Well, I
recommend.
need a second.
Second.
I don't
Second.
said that.
Who's doing what?
Oh, I'm sorry,
I
Representative.
didn't even
Sartek.
make my motion.
Was it before? I can undo everything.
Second.
Representative Stone seconded that. Yeah, we did. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I motion ITL.
Yeah, that.
Jeez.
This is why I'm not an auctioneer. Representative Stone seconded. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, they would. So this is similar to the last bill we had. However, it's talking about just municipal police plates, which are pretty identifiable. The concern I have with this is if every vehicle that the police department or the town owns has to have these on it. There are a lot of detective vehicles. Sometimes they're vans or buses. We use a lot of different vehicles for surveillance, undercover drug work, child trafficking work, where you don't want to be identified. So this would pretty much give the police up everywhere they're doing this. So I don't think it's prudent to have every vehicle marked with these plates.
Representative Stone, would you like to speak to second?
Mr. Chairman, I would. Currently, I'm aware of at least 3 variations of plates that can be utilized on municipal police vehicles. And one of the other issues that unmarked vehicles are used for, in addition to traffic enforcement, is also if there's a bank robbery that looks like it's going to go down or staking out a certain location, you do not want to have government plates or municipal police plates on it as it's sitting outside a bank or maybe a liquor store.
Thank you. Does anyone know if this bill did this one already also exempt the state police, or was this all vehicles? And so this just targeted municipal again? Yeah, that's not right. Okay. I would just, to start the discussion, make one point.
We don't need to discuss. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to make this point that most people, when you're getting pulled over, you cannot see the police car's plates. He's usually right up against your bumper. You see lights in your thing. The plate things. Once the cruiser part's gone, now the plates really naturally follow. Any further discussion? Seeing none, ask clerk to call the roll.
Vice Chair Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Pratt,
Yes.
Representative Sartek, Representative Prue,
Yay.
Representative Janfrin,
Yes.
Representative Mannion,
Yes.
Representative Reed,
Yes.
Representative Stone,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Harriet Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Muse,
Yes.
Representative Bolden,
Yes.
Representative Bradley,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler, Chairman Roy, 20-0.
20-0, motion by ITL. Any objection to consent? Seeing none. Close the executive session on House Bill 1238 and open the executive session on House Bill 1022. Recognize Representative Harriet Gathright to make a motion.
A motion to ought to pass on HB. Where am I? Wait a minute.
Wow.
Wait a minute. Wait.
I don't think that they were.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Oh my God.
Would you like
Thank
to
you.
withdraw that motion
Yes, I withdraw that motion. Oh my goodness.
and make another motion?
Yes, I motion to ITL,
Do I have a second?
House Bill 1022.
Representative Wheeler?
Oh, wow. That's
I didn't know
terrible.
you were that. Wow.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I will. We looked at this as being unintended consequences again by taking the eyes off those who were trafficked versus those that are willing participants. We are solely against legalizing sex work in any form. According to authors and researchers Pollock, Weiss, and Mello, legalized prostitution will inadvertently force sex work further into the shadows and expose children to exploitation. In fact, one of the most concerning side effects of legalization of prostitution is the potential for human trafficking crimes to become easier for perpetrators to commit against children. No child should be subject to sex work life in their home or anywhere. Some would say we are the product of teachings of our environment. So we urge you to prevent the influx of human trafficking in the New Hampshire communities, protect our children, and traffic community by opposing this bill. And actually, this was something that I wrote a couple years ago for the same bill. So, no.
Would you like to speak to your second, Representative Wheeler?
Just really quickly, Mr. Chairman, I just want to echo what Representative Gothright says. I have a very large concern about proliferation of human trafficking in this world, and I don't want to do anything that allows that proliferation to continue.
Thank you. I would also add that even if the human trafficking were not an issue, which it is and it's horrific, if that was something we were going to contemplate, it wouldn't be, the sponsor said, well, look at Nevada, look at Utah. Well, they've got this whole huge infrastructure around that industry. You can't just say, legal, go. I mean, the bill was just tossed out. I mean, if he was serious about this, he would have done research. He would have had all kinds of studies. There was nothing. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be supporting the ITL motion today, but I did want to say I do in general support decriminalizing sex work, but I spoke to sex workers in the community who said they weren't reached out to by the sponsor and did not support this legislation as written. And I think you're correct that if we did want to do that in the future, it needs to be done carefully in a way that allows for there to be more regulation that increases safety rather than decreasing safety.
I agree. If it were turned out the way it is, we'd end up having, what's the word, pimps. So, I mean, no one's out there protecting the women. There's nothing. It would just be, it'd be a mess. Further discussion. Representative Selig.
I just wanted to say I agree 100% with Representative Murray and their reasoning. And
Representative Mannion said that he would like to get the contacts for the people you spoke to. I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
That's fake news.
Vice Chair Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Pratt,
Yes.
Representative Pratt.
Yes.
He says yes.
Representative Sytek,
Well, yeah.
Representative Prue,
Oh, you betcha.
Representative Jandrin,
In the interest of keeping Hampton Beach a family beach, yes.
Representative Mannion,
Yes.
Representative Reed,
Yes.
Representative Stone,
Yes.
Representative Tensar,
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright,
That's you.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Yes.
Representative Muse,
Yes.
Representative Bolden,
Yes.
Representative Bradley,
yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Newman,
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes, and I'm wondering if the air in the room has been changed.
Representative Wheeler,
I think he's tired, drunk.
Chairman Roy,
Chair votes yes.
20-0.
20-0 ITL. Any objection to consent? No objection to consent. I hereby close the executive session on House Bill 1022, and I open the executive session on House Bill 1587, and I make a motion of an expedient to legislate. Can I have a second? Seconded by Representative here, Gathright. This was the last one where the sponsor requested that we ITL the bill, and that's basically all the discussion. Anyone else want to add anything? It had to do with putting recording devices on school buses for special ed, and she said that she had worked with a lot of the stakeholders, and it's already being done. So she felt that it wasn't necessary at this time. I made the motion. Yeah. And with that, we'll call the roll.
Vice Chair Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Pratt,
Yes.
Representative Sytek, Representative Prue,
Yay.
Representative Janvian,
Yes.
Representative Mannion,
Yes.
Representative Reed,
Yes.
Representative Stone,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Gathright,
Yes.
Representative Muse,
Yes.
Representative Bolden,
Yes.
Representative Bradley,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell,
Yes.
Representative Selig, Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Chairman Roy,
Chair votes yes.
20-0.
20-0 ITL. Any objection to consent? Seeing none, I hereby close the executive session. House Bill 1587. Couple quick housekeeping things before we leave. House Bill 1366 and 1448. I think we all agreed that they were worth amending, and we were waiting for amendments. No one's really sure what happened to them, so we're going to figure it out, and we'll take these up next week for executive session. Everyone who has reports to the Speaker of the House instructed me, and the clerk told me that I'm supposed to make people stay here until their reports are done. Having said that, everyone go home and don't make me look bad. Get me those reports by Monday, please. And Representative Rhodes wishes to address.
Mr. Chair, I was notified this morning that you guys should all join me in wishing Representative Tenzar a happy birthday.
Can we sing a song?
Yeah.
I apologize. I didn't do it earlier. It was a long day.
I'll take the contacts from Dennis.
Very good. Remember, like I said, if you made a motion, you owe a report, or if you are writing a minority report, by Monday, close the business, please. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Chairman Roy, is it appropriate to write, this is just a bad bill?
No, not so much, but you could spell it out by putting words together and making a code.